Houston, our instruments are showing that we have a incoming message from deep space. Repeat, Houston, we have an incoming message from deep space. Houston, we'll begin playing message now. Houston, we're going to try and translate that up here. Hold for translation. Translation complete. We'll begin playing message now.
Hey, it's me, Melissa.
What do you do when the aliens invade? Take a shot of MK Ultra and watch Melissa Jade. Put on your tinfoil hat and tune right in. We got that crime spree, flat earth theories, government conspiracies, a complex Mandela effects, unidentified objects, a mind expanding, fake moon landing, what it all bends understanding. It's me, Melissa. It's me, Melissa. Aliens is on the sun or in Area 51. Time travels, unravels, haunted castles, cops are baffled, potential experimental thoughts that make you transcendental. It's me, Melissa. It's me, Melissa. Crime sprees, flat earth theories, government conspiracies, complex Mandela effects, unidentified objects, a mind expanding, fake moon landing, what it all bends understanding. It's me, Melissa. It's me, Melissa.
Hello, everybody. Hi, Shay.
Hello, Melissa Jade. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
Good. Happy Monday.
Happy Members Only Monday, everybody. It's so lovely to see you all. Thank you for anybody. I saw some people had became members prior to the live starting. So welcome, everybody. We're so happy to have you part of the channel. And thank you so much for becoming members. So it's a very big thank you. But hello, guys. It's Members Only Monday. I'm so excited to be here. We've been doing Letitia the last many Members Only Mondays, but tonight we're switching it up. Hi, Jules. Tonight we're switching it up and we're going to continue on with this deep dive surrounding what I'm starting to call the Idaho hoax. And the reason I call it a hoax is, at least with Dot, Dot is self-admitted to lying. And so when you're creating a lie surrounding a case like this and it's getting all the way back to the families, for what intentions, I do not know, but I would define that as a hoax. Would you not define that as a hoax, Shay?
Oh, for sure. And it's seriously disturbing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Idaho Hoax. There we go. And hello, Thistle, water loving dog. We have my snot rocket, the blackthorn. Hello, that Michelle, MK, a million sparkles. Kimberly Wells, do you guys have bad sound quality? Hello, Pepper, Angie, Michelle, Meat Feats, Art of Deduction, Grandma Cece, Rebecca Gomez, Melissa K, MK, Sunshine Mafia, Chase is on the case, Princess Scary, welcome. Cutie Pie, Sonia, Crime Crochet Coiffee, Blue, Hippie Chick. I see so many names. Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you all so much for being here. Hi, Alex. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the truth. We have hello, LSU Nancy Drew. Is Justin gonna grab the link tonight? We'll probably start out with, I don't know if we're gonna start out with Justin or we're gonna start out with Dot. But who is Justin? Who is Dot? Who is Kim? This is the question I've been asking myself for over a year, okay? Exactly. Who's Dot? But I don't know if you're genuinely asking me. But And yes, congratulations, Harlot. Welcome. We're happy to have you. So thank you, Christina. Are these people just people who, for whatever reason, have no connection and decide to lie, inject themselves in these cases, or is there something deeper going on? Intentional misinformation, intentional misdirection? I don't know. The story that Dot had, because I open up my panel, if I'm speaking on somebody, I will open up my panel to them, because I believe everybody has a right to defend themselves and explain themselves when I am speaking on them. But the story that Dot gave, which was basically, she was asked to share her story. It wasn't her story. It was another person's story, and it originated on 4chan because this person was very scared. As far as I could tell, is not true. I'm still working on getting receipts, being sent receipts, and I'm going to wait to collect everything, go through everything, and make a judgment for myself. And I'll let you guys know as I figure that out. But Dot has admitted what she said was not true. And so that's what needs to be focused on. And thank you so much to Salvatore. Salvatore says, love your channel. And then Molly Henry also for the super stickers. Thank you very much. Your support is so very greatly appreciated. So thank you. So, right, Bryn, right. So who remembers Justin? Put a one in the chat if you remember Justin. Did Justin come out before Kim? I think Justin came out before Kim, right? Michelle.
I definitely know. I thought it was in January. I believe. I have to go back and look.
Well, and then Kim came out with her main.
Well, they were both in the Facebook forums prior to coming out to YouTube.
Right. Now, okay, so, interesting actually, because
Kim,
Kim,
yes, Sonia, we know he's an interesting character.
What? Hi, Jennifer Hiney Hall.
He is claiming to be the brother of one of the.
Oh dear Lord, yes, I know, and the great grandson of Albert Einstein. I remember.
Oh yes. And Bethany and everybody. It's nuts.
Yes, and Bethany and Billy Bob Joe and XYZ. Oh yeah, we're gonna get into Sonia. So hey Shakto. Justin comes out really on YouTube in January because so did Kim. Hey Anyanka. Kim came around. She was on the 14th of January, Drunk Turkey Show, the 20th, Chronicles of Olivia, the 29th, The Opinionated Idiot. I'm sorry, not on the 29th of January. That was April 29th. T-Rev, May 1st. There's another one on the 4th. Dago on the 9th. Drunk Turkey Show on the 9th. The 13th of July, Thou Shalt Not Kill. They were everywhere. Oh, well, thank you, Kimberly. I've been following this case from the beginning and love the way you girls have exposed all of the truth and lies. You deserve to be rewarded for all of your... That is very, very kind of you and very, very generous, Kimberly. Thank you so very much. Seriously, wow, thank you, Kimberly. It's very, very generous. Thank you. And it's a wild ride. Honestly, I feel exhausted. I don't know how we did this every day, Shay, like a year ago. Like because this is just like the 4th live since the cyber sleuths, and I am exhausted. I'm exhausted, and I forgot it brings out all of the trolls. It brings out the heavy debates, and I'm not well rested enough for this. I don't feel like I was mentally prepared going into this to like get ready, and then the very long live streams. It's been a lot.
Oh yeah, it takes a lot out of you.
So, all right, let's start with Justin. So, dear Lord. So Justin comes out and busted through YouTube. Again, you have to get into your mind of everybody was starving for answers. People had a lot of questions. And everybody questioned the 8-hour time gap. Everybody questions, what do you mean friends were summoned? There was a DoorDash driver. There was so much. And people were not just hungry for answers, they were starving for answers. And already we were doubting, a lot of us were doubting the 8-hour time gap. And then these surviving roommates who were untouched but were there. Did they go in? The killer went in and there was 6, but 4 were killed. Okay. Everybody had questions. So, like I said about Kim, like I said about Dot, same with Justin, even though I don't think Justin got as much traction, but Justin came out and he came out with a pretty heavy story. And we're going to go over it. Now, when I play clips from this video Justin dropped, I am going to ask, please be respectful in the chat. I'm trying to focus on the information that he is alleging. I am in no way playing this with validity, credibility. This is not accurate information. Again, just a warning to anyone, if you are clicking on, this information is not being played to push what he's saying. I'm highlighting now that time has passed, because Justin within this video is going to say, on this date, this is going to happen. On that date, this. Now that time has passed and we could look hindsight, you're going to see everything he claimed has not come to fruition. And so please do not run with what he's saying. Please also be respectful. My mods are here. I expect it, since it's members only Monday, that the chat will be a little bit more chill than if it was opened. I may open it up at the end to let anybody speak that hasn't been able to for the entirety of the live. So just sit back. If you're behind the paywall, don't, I'll give you your chance at the end. But this information is not being played to try to spread it, versus I want you guys to focus. This is the whole point of these lives, is that there are people willing to spread such misinformation. Thank you, Michelle. To spread such information, to get overly involved, to get inserted into these cases. And then I want you to remember the victims and their families and realize that all of these stories were being relayed back to them. And as the victims' families, they want to, we scream about wanting to know the truth. There's nobody that wanted to know the truth more than these victims' families. And there's nobody who deserves the truth more than these victims' families. So even though it may seem ludicrous and nonsensical, they weren't going to turn away any possibility, because I'm sure the same way we had questions, yeah, they would have those same questions. Come on, there, and they weren't getting an open line of communication anymore with law enforcement. And so I'm trying to do behavior analysis on why these people are willing to do this. Who are they connected to? What creators knew and intentionally lied to you? And why I want you guys to focus on this is not just with the Idaho case, moving forward in any active true crime case, I want you to be aware that there are people who are willing to do this. So the next time it happens, whether it's in this case or whether it's in another case, I want you to be smart about it and not just vet information for yourself, vet the creator who's putting out the information, and just be aware that these things are happening. But being that we're on social media, we're not limited as far as things that we can say and freedom of speech, and it hasn't caught up to law enforcement, the court system. Everything is not caught up to social media and how fast it's progressing. And so I just want you guys to be aware that these things do happen, and let's be smart about it moving forward. And I'll be smart about it as a creator also while covering information, but I'm also a subscriber too. So I'm educating myself with knowing, hey, yeah, no, there's people willing to go out and do this. Anything else you want to add, Shay, before I grab this?
I did check, and it looks like he came to YouTube February 20th, 2023.
Oh, right after Kim.
Yes.
Right after Kim. Okay.
Double
Interesting. Okay. So February 20th, 2023, Justin drops a video on his channel. The same day. Oh, this. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll put that together later. Very, very in sync with Kim WSU going on a Drunk Turkey show, Chronicles of Olivia. Then the next month, Justin.
The February 20th one I'm telling you about, that's when he did an interview on a channel that got a lot of traction.
No, all right, then this was before that. Hold on.
Okay. I just want to be clear. That's the one I looked up to see when that interview was.
No, that's not what I was referring to.
Okay. My bad. Don't want to throw you off.
Okay. But there were creators who hosted Justin and very much, helped push what he was pushing. But no, okay, so then this would be before it. So as I pull this up, I'm going to try to get the date. But it was right within the same time frame that Kim came out on YouTube and started pushing. So 1 second, I'm pulling this up. Okay. I don't know what platform he was. Do you know what platform he was originally on?
I originally saw him in the Facebook groups. But he's also in Twitter. He's everywhere. I mean, I see him everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Heather. My Kimbleweed. So hold on 1 second. Okay. All right. Jules. That's my Kimbleweed. It's not a tumbleweed.
That's my damn Kimbleweed.
Yeah, that's my damn Kimbleweed. Just collecting bullshit along the way and getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Get with the program.
Yes, Michelle's got it, but yes, thank you. And that's what we did, Alex. Like, it got, once Brian, we were very, very invested in Idaho. We've followed it and covered it very actively. But then it started becoming the Debunkable series, because it no longer was about, hey, let's really kind of theorize and throw out ideas, versus, oh my God, misinformation from Justin, from Dot, from Kim, from the creators who were intentionally platforming these individuals and going unquestioned. And so it became the debunking series. So every day me and Shay came on debunking whatever narrative they just put out the night before. And not even because, it's because it was debunkable, and it was pretty easily debunkable. The tunnels going underneath, we had Rory, who's putting out The tunnels underneath Moscow, which, yeah, tunnels underneath cities are very common. But you saying that it leads right to the King Road house and it's a drug cartel and it was a hit, and then you drop a video with an article, yet you clip the article to not include the full context. Me and Shay come on and we show you where he took that video from, and then we show you the full article, which debunks the narrative that he pushed while showing the damn article. That is what our lives turned into. Every day debunking, because it was trying to control the misinformation. Listen, we all have questions. We all agree that there's probably something more to this. But with that being said, that doesn't mean you just have to run with any damn piece of information these creators put out. And but they would get mad. They would get mad at us as if we were haters. No, listen, if it's debunkable, debunk it, move on, and let's try to find the next piece of information. But these creators and people knowingly altered, clipped, redacted, showed out of context things to push a certain narrative, and that wasn't right. But after Brian waived his right to a speedy trial, that's when I stopped covering it unless there was active updates, because we don't, there was no new information coming out, and these families deserved a break, in my opinion. And if there's no new information, why continue to keep going? But now that the cyber sleuths came out and we got to see Kim for the first time, I'm kind of going back in history, and then Dot being exposed for lying and admitted to lying. Yes, it's a little bit validating, because there are people who were coming at us so hard, but to this day, there's people who believe Dot is being truthful, despite Dot openly admitting they're not. And so it's good to go back, and I think it's a very good lesson, and it's an important lesson to realize just the extent people are willing to go, and that we're not really held by any. I say it all the time with social. One of the most amazing things about social media is that we are not held back, and we could say what we want. The worst thing about social media is that we are not held back and we could say what we want. It's a double-ended sword. And people with the right intentions, that's great. People with the wrong intentions like this, that's the problem.
Yeah. And I'd also like to add too that for some of us, this may seem like old news. It's been debunked everywhere else, or we don't believe this, but to a lot of people, it's new news. You just had the Paramount series come out within the last month. All these things were brought up on there. So it's not old news to some people. And then for others that, I know, like us all, we get so deep into the information that, like, when you take a second to slow down and go back and look at everything, I mean, it was a shit show. It was wild.
It sure was. Hey, how'd I do that? Okay. But how'd I do that? I want to go.
What are you doing?
Adjusting.
Oh, this said it's February 20th as well. Interesting.
Fit.
What are you doing? It's not even doing anything on mine.
It is for me.
Oh, you're magic.
Okay. I've never been in a role like this, but we're rolling with it.
We're kibble eating.
Okay. So this video came out from Justin. And again, not pushing the information that's within here. What you're about to hear is in no way credible. It has not been verified. It is just what Justin is putting out. So do not take it and run with it. Please just focus on, wow, there's somebody willing to come out and say these things. And at the time, he was speaking about future events that were going to happen that we now know, looking hindsight, did not. Welcome, Malicious Intent. Thank you so much for becoming a member. We're happy to have you here. Okay, so here we go.
On Monday of last week, Dylan Mortensen was attacked by 3 men. These 3 men, plus an additional man, are the killers who were inside the 1122 Keene house.
What a way to open that video. right? Dylan was attacked. And when I say people went crazy with this, they did. Dylan was attacked by the killers. So we already have him allegedly aware of who the killers are. This is after Brian was arrested.
Should we put up some banner that we don't believe this, so
Yes.
people don't like click on and be like, they're running with us. But that is a hell of an intro he starts with. I will say that, like, before I saw the Kim email, his stuff was probably the most egregious to me.
Say that again?
Before the Kim email came out from T-Rev,
Yes.
the stuff that he said was probably the most egregious to me. It was wild.
Yes, because despite Kim coming out around the same time, Kim hadn't full on at this point rolled it. Again, she tumbleweeded in. So at first she was a little tumbleweed. At first she was just a few straws. She hadn't full on became the tumble that she did, okay? You've never heard this story? Yeah, there's a lot of people. That's why I wanted to kind of go back, and I want you guys to realize like the extent that this was going to. It was crazy and chaotic at this time. But if you think people didn't believe it, you are wrong. There are people who still believe it. The amount of emails I get every time I do one of these lives trying to convince me that this is all true is concerning.
Oh, the Justin Clay Nicole stuff?
Yes.
Men are the killers who were inside the 1122 Keene house on the night of November 13th. Now, I want to name their names, but I probably shouldn't.
No, it probably would be best if you don't put people's first and last names out there and accuse them of being the murderers, despite Brian Koberger already being charged with the murders. But you know who would in the future at this point? Well, actually, no. Did she already? I'm not sure what the exact date. Kim WSU mom, and that's what I initially called her out for, is going onto the Drunk Turkey show and literally naming 5 people's first and last names and saying they were the murderers. Did he just say 5? Did he also just say 5? Interesting. Welcome, Kimberly. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Oh, just wait, Kathy.
And they both talk about the church at Ellie a lot. It's kind of interesting.
Yes.
Already received threats in the past, and I'm not exactly looking forward to getting more. Due to the extra ridiculous, unconstitutional as hell gag order, Dylan cannot talk and tell her story. But I can.
Okay. So there is an unconstitutional gag order. Dylan is refrained from talking, but Justin can. Now, what I want to point out to you, I've enjoyed having the debate of, do you guys think this gag order is the better idea? Do you guys think the gag order works against them? What are our thoughts? And there's a pretty wide variety of opinions regarding it. But what I will say is, well, damn, there is a gag order. And the information he is about, the slander he is about to put out about Dylan, and she can't even speak on it. So this allowed this non-dissemination order, Michelle, this whole non-dissemination order really allowed these people to say whatever they wanted, and there's not really anything they could do about it because they were under gag.
I am working for the defense off the books, and I am not subject to the gag order.
Okay. Justin is working for the defense. You heard that correct, ladies and gentlemen. So not only do we have like a Kim WSU mom who, I know, my daughter was the alibi. No. Mr. Justin is literally working for the defense. Okay.
Which means he would have a gag order.
Which means
if that were true.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
Any intel fed to me is through a means of communication that does not break the gag order. That information from my informant gives me legal grounds to speak on this topic.
Okay, I'm trying here. You work for the defense. You have an informant, but your connections somehow make you free to release information that is detrimental to this case. Alrighty then.
And to tell Dylan's story for her. The reason Dylan was attacked.
Okay, stop. And I'm not going to pause that much, but he is literally speaking for Dylan. I want you guys to realize that. Justin is saying, oh, yes, thank you, Michelle. Justin is saying that because Dylan is under a non-dissemination order and he is not, despite working for the defense, he is not bound by the same restrictions everybody else is. He was chosen to speak for Dylan. So you have to bring yourself back to January of 2023. You have to bring yourself back to that time period and understand how crazy this case was. It was everywhere. It was national spotlight, and people were going nuts with misinformation, information, wanting this, wanting that, this. It was everywhere. So for Justin to come out and not only say that he works for the defense, but this is Dylan's story. Hey, we wanted more than anything to hear from Dylan, okay? Dylan and Bethany. Welcome, Melinda. We so desperately wanted to hear from Dylan. So Justin is coming out and saying, here you go. You wanted it. This is Dylan's words. And guess what? There wasn't a damn thing Dylan could even do about it because she was bound by the gag order. So this person is coming out and speaking for the surviving victims, okay?
I think that he should be sued for it, honestly. It's disgusting.
And listen, we already have questions regarding, like, Dylan, you saw this killer, you didn't do anything, like, okay, natural questions based on facts we do know so far. But what you're doing is you're creating the public to even doubt her even more based on misinformation, though, based on lies. That's not, that shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't.
And to tell Dylan's story for her. The reason Dylan was attacked is because, yes, Dylan is trans. You heard me right. Dylan is trans.
Okay, please keep it respectful in the comments. I don't want to make any digs or anything like that. Just focus on what Justin is saying about Dylan, because this is going to be a main motivator in the story and narrative he is pushing. He is claiming that Dylan is transsexual.
Well, I'm sorry, but I also want to say too that wouldn't it seem more logical that Dylan's a state's witness? So why would he be working with her and talking on her behalf as a defense?
Like,
it makes no sense.
I
just fall off something?
Yes.
Oh.
Shush.
I just made you fall out of your chair. Okay.
Blop.
You're so right, Shay. I don't know. I mean, the more you slow it down, and I'm like, but this still makes no sense. So why weren't people questioning her dad?
Thank you, Michelle. Yes, Michelle just words it so much better than I did. And yes, I just fell. I'm so sorry. I was knocked out of my chair with the bullshit. All right, shit.
But Kibble, we'd hit you hard.
That Kibble we just rolled right over me. Damn it. Shit. I wish that wasn't so loud. I tried to get up quickly, like you guys wouldn't see. Oh man.
Well, we heard it all. It's okay.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
Oh, did you just fall again?
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is going south real quickly. Hold on. Shit. I swear I'm not usually this disorganized. Hold on.
Is this really happening?
Hold on. Okay.
No, you're right.
All right, give me a second.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh my god, it's hilarious. Poor thing. Protective Jade from herself. No, my lord.
Okay. All right.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
You gonna make it?
Just let's move on. Oh no, where'd that go? So this is gonna play a big role in what Justin is pushing. The Dylan is trans. Again, that's not accurate. I'm just saying this is what he is claiming at this time. Welcome, Scara. This is what he is claiming at this time. And yes, it did make its rounds. Yes, it did go all over social media. Yes, people were, and not even just believing that, like, they were picking and choosing. Well, I may not believe this, but I believe that. If somebody's lying about one thing, I don't know how you could, not saying that there isn't any little nuggets of truth in anything, but you really got to take the totality of what's being said and the credibility of the person who's saying it. Yeah, some people still think it's true. Still, okay? I lost my thingy when I fell.
You alright?
I lost my thingy when I fell.
What is your thingy?
My pointer thingy.
What is your pointer? I don't understand.
For the screen.
You have something to point on the screen?
Yeah, to touch the screen.
Oh, like a stylus?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a whole ass mess. People are like, I'm paying for this shit. Okay.
Hold on. We're coming back. I just got done eating, so I'll talk more.
Okay.
Hey, Deets. Deets on the motherfucking truth.
So let's continue. All right.
Did you find your stylus?
No, but people are paying for the shit, so I gotta. This is a members only live. All right, they don't have time to wait.
The show must go on.
Exactly.
Is trans. You heard me right. Dylan is trans. I know this to be a fact.
A fact.
This is information that I exclusively know. I have a middleman, my informant, who is talking to Dylan for me. When I say that I have informants and sources, I'm really not joking about it.
Listen, when I said I have informants and I had sources, I'm serious, okay? I am being very serious. So, not alleged. What I want you guys to focus on is the verbiage, the choice of words. You're admitting you are not getting this information firsthand from Dylan. You are admitting that there is a middle person. Yet, while putting out information at this point 2 months after these horrific murders. You're putting it out as fact. Yet it's hearsay. I don't care who your informant is. I don't care how credible you think they are. The point is that you are coming out on a public platform claiming you work for the defense and claiming you know for a fact, not allegedly, you believe this is what I heard. I know this for a fact. Exclusive to Justin only. And now the whole world.
They're real and legitimate. I'm also being attacked due to being trans. As I have gotten closer and closer to the truth of what all happened in Moscow, I've been getting more and more resistance, pushback, and I have even had, assault and death threats. Which, for those of you who are responsible for those threats, I've already given them to a lawyer. Have fun with that. I'm absolutely...
So the information that Justin knows is so deep and with such higher ups, he is being attacked and threatened. His life is at risk. I'm also going to point out some parallels here. Miss Ma'am Kim, Jules, Miss Ma'am Kim over here said that her washing machine had human blood, I believe, right? Blood on it.
I think they were saying there was clothes in the washing machine with blood, is what some people in chat were trying to tell us the other night.
So inside the washing machine, correction, Miss Ma'am had clothes with blood on them within a machine of the washer, and it was a threat. It was most definitely stay quiet, right? Shut your mouth type of deal. Okay.
The wrong trans guy to screw around with. I always tell you, fuck around and find out. Well, fuck around and find out.
Fuck around and find out. Enough said.
I'm not going to back down from this challenge because I'm not afraid of a challenge. Challenges such as going through the entire process of transitioning from female to male, including 20 full years of transition. That's social, legal, medical, surgical, everything. I have fully transitioned. I am now post-transition, including phalloplasty surgery. I breezed right through it, had all 4 stages done in less than a year and a half. I'm completely done with phalloplasty.
Okay. And again, I'm going to make the reminder because there are just people who are still going to please be respectful. Please do not focus on being, misgendering or focusing on that. Yes, Justin intertwines his personal story while pushing out the misinformation about Dylan, but let's just focus solely on what he's saying directly regarding the victims and this case. So please keep it classy, not trashy. I would appreciate it. And thank you so much, Salvatore. Melissa, I'm trying to get into chat and I can't. How do I become a member? This guy or girl makes me sick. The member link, Salvatore, and thank you. The membership link should be pinned at the top of the chat. It's the comment that's pinned. So all you do is click the link and become a member. But I'll drop this. And anybody who can't afford a membership, you guys could opt in at a chance at potentially receiving a gifted membership. And that would include 4 members only lives a month, because it's of 1 month that you get gifted. And we do members only Monday every week. And you'll hear, Scara. Justin intertwines why he was chosen because it's like the same thing with Kim. When Kim, I'm noticing similarities, with Kim, who is just a mom. And when I say that, I'm not trying to be minimizing. Moms are amazing, but in relation to a case, just a mom. But yet she has the U of I, like the police officer, directly leaking information to her. She has informants directly. Thank you, Shay. Directly releasing information to somebody who is online blasting it. Same thing with Justin. Justin intertwines his personal story into why he was chosen, despite just being restart your app, Salvatore. He intertwines his personal story as why he was chosen, again, for this massive information to be leaked and for him to blast it all over. Apparently, these people just have very high up level leaks, despite being ones who blast their information all over, if we're to believe it's true.
So, I'm pretty sure I'm an expert on this topic. Pretty sure it's also not the place of someone who is not trans to be telling this story or talking about this topic.
So, according to Justin, Dylan is trans. So this is why he shares his part of the story, because according to his narrative, he was chosen because he himself is trans and Dylan is trans. Again, not true. I'm just saying his words. Because Dylan is trans, she chose Justin to share her story. I'm not sure how Dylan even knew about Justin, but never mind that, okay? Let's just roll with it.
I mean, you know, that said, shall we get to the meat and potatoes of it? Thanks, harsh reality. I'm stealing that from you. When Dylan was attacked last week, she suffered kidney damage due to blunt force trauma. Her injuries from this attack are more severe than anyone understands due to a specific combination of medications that Dylan had.
So Dylan was attacked, and you have to remember the context of it, and he will give dates. This is after the murders. Dylan, according to Justin, was severely attacked, and she suffered kidney damage, and her injuries were even more severe due to the certain medication she was on, given she was transitioning. Okay, welcome, Mizzy Brazzy. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Hey, Deets. Thank you, Mizzy.
Has been taking. These specific medications can cause high blood pressure, heart problems, and type 2 diabetes. The type 2 diabetes is why Dylan was put on lisinopril. Lisinopril treats all three of these problems at the same time, which is why they did not give her something stronger and faster acting to treat the kidney problems.
There you go, Salvatore.
The medications would have interacted and caused more problems.
So not only was she severely attacked by these alleged 5 murderers, same number of people WSU Mom Kim stated, but the medications made her injuries much, much worse. And I think I forgot what I was about to say because Salvatore became a member, but thank you and welcome. I forgot what he was about to say, so I have to jump back.
Any problems. The medication.
And that she was not able to get certain medications that would help her heal because of the issue she was having transitioning. Thank you, Anyanka. Anyanka just gifted 5 memberships. Congratulations to all of our recipients. Please make sure you thank Anyanka if you were lucky enough to receive one. Welcome, welcome. And thank you so much, Anyanka. I don't want to, Blackthorn, I will refer to Justin by Justin. I will use the name he uses publicly. So I don't want to get into what his real middle name is or anything like that. I will refer to him as Justin. So I don't want to confirm or deny.
Would have interacted and caused more problems, which nobody wants, right? So this is also why Dylan has to have dialysis right now.
Okay. Now Dylan is on dialysis. Blunt force trauma from getting the shit kicked out of her by the murderers. Kidney failure. Can't be on medications because they interact with the medications for transitioning. And now she is on dialysis. People believe this. Welcome, Jules. Oh my God, so many people becoming members. Thank you so much, Jules, and welcome. You haven't, Callie? Okay, well then, it's good to go back as long as everyone understands this is not legitimate information.
Because the hormone therapy caused these other problems. And her kidney is at 50% functionality because of the diabetes by itself.
She has diabetes too, because the medication she takes on for transitioning somehow caused her to have diabetes. I'm not going against whatever he's saying as far as these medications. I don't know the side effects and whatnot, but her kidney. So not only are we talking for Dylan allegedly, right? According to Justin, I'm going to tell Dylan's story. I'm also, let's play devil's advocate here for a moment and say that this was true. Okay? You're going to out Dylan as being trans? I don't think it would be your place to ever out somebody as being trans if they didn't choose that themselves. But now you're also, on top of that, releasing medical information about her down to the number of, like, the level of function her kidneys are at. I don't know how I'd feel about that, but according to Justin, this was shared specifically with him by an informant. He knows it as fact, and he was chosen to put it out.
And, she has to be on dialysis because of that. And right now, last I was told, she is still potentially waiting for a transplant. Potentially, we don't really know yet.
Potentially waiting for a kidney transplant. Now, listen, I have questions regarding Dylan and the surviving roommates in the 8-hour time, just like the best of us do, okay? But she couldn't talk. She couldn't defend herself. There's a non-dissemination order. And you're out here. She did go into hiding. Everybody, if you remember what got plastered all over the media of Dylan going out for a jog, being saw for the first time after the murders, wasn't even Dylan. It was Dylan's younger sister. Everyone was so desperate to figure out, where's Dylan? Where's Dylan? Where's Dylan? We want to hear from Dylan. Where is she? Where is she? So this was really the first amount of information, but Justin is telling everyone the reason you haven't seen her is because she's in the hospital awaiting a kidney transplant. She is on dialysis. She is transitioning genders, and she was beaten up from the 5 murderers who are still out there. And and the girl that was photographed, Dylan's sister, that got plastered everywhere, was a minor. At the time.
But originally, the night of November 13th, Dylan's life was spared because she was a loyal friend to Bethany Funky.
Oh, this was the date of it being released. It was February 20th, 2023. And the description of this video included, I have the exclusive information you have been waiting for. I am in direct contact via a third party. Excuse me, that's a contradicting statement. I am in direct contact via a third party, my DOD source, with Dylan. This is how I know this information. I wasn't about to let someone who is not trans break this news. That is the description. Well, exactly, malicious intents. That's my whole point. Even if we're playing devil's advocate here and saying, all right, let's lean in more towards you're telling the truth. Who is it to you to out the fact that she's trans? Who is it of you to out her medical information? Anything along these lines. But direct communication is not third party. That's indirect. Well, that's the biggest question, Kimberly. Why would he come out and do this? I don't know. But when me and Shay were covering this case a year ago, there would be a lot of people who would give pushback into why would somebody lie about this? Why would Kim lie about this? Why would Dot lie? I don't know why. It could be a variety of reasons: money, clout, attention. I don't know that answer, but what I'm trying to get across is that they will, they are, and they do. Dot came up on panel and specifically admitted to her role, with lies still, but that she wasn't who she claimed she was.
And Dylan had life-changing surgery on January 27th of this year. She arrived home roughly February 7th or 8th. The three men found out about her surgery. It scared them, and it made them not trust her.
Now, these three men who were directly involved in the murders found out that Dylan had surgery, transitioning, and for whatever reason, that scared them. Welcome, Rena Roo. That scared them. Why it scared them? I'm not sure. Do I see a little bit of an agenda? Maybe. But apparently, despite doing such a horrific murder, these people were fine with that. But somebody transitioning genders, yeah, that scared the ever-loving Jesus out of them.
Which brings us full circle back to Monday, February 13th, 2022. Dylan wasn't supposed to survive this attack. We don't know how they found Dylan or got to her, but they did.
Now, he's speaking for the killers. Not only is he speaking for Dylan, he is speaking as if he has direct inside information for what the killers were going to do. That would be Rory Anyaka. Dylan wasn't supposed to survive. I'm sorry. Even if you did have an informant, how are you privy to what the intentions of the killers were? This is some very inside information Justin allegedly has.
Dylan has already been brought into PC before the attack occurred.
Whoa! Dylan has already been brought into protective custody before she was attacked. And the attack, again, happened after the murders. You have anything to say, Shay?
No, this is just a hard one for me because I just find it so egregious that he would do this. There's so much contradiction here, and I find it very unfair that, Dylan's not here to speak for herself on that.
Yep.
Dylan is now talking and cooperating in order to help bring justice to all the victims of the events of November 13th, 2022.
Okay. So now, after only after Dylan is talking, Dylan is cooperating, Dylan is in protective custody, and she wants to bring justice to these victims.
Dylan wants to come out and tell this story, but she's not being allowed to because of the gag order.
Okay. So Dylan would love to come out and tell us all this herself, but she can't because of the gag order. But don't worry, because Justin works for the defense. So
And I was going to say too, like, I mean, if this kind of attack was true, I think we would have heard about it in Applebottom's book, where he actually did talk to Dylan's dad and, you know, talk about her mental well-being. I don't believe this to be true at all.
mm-hmm. Agreed.
I was chosen to speak for her. She has been following me, my story, and she wants to speak to me.
So Dylan just so happened. God, it's so ridiculous. Dylan just so happened to have been following Justin, been following Justin's story. And she said, you are the person that I am going to choose to put out my story. Mainstream media, no! Somebody established and credible, no! You, sir, I'm gonna choose you to put out my medical information, how I identify, everything. Seems logical, guys.
Well, and his story is in the mainstream media, actually.
Yes, Justin does have a history.
Which potentially I will be doing that on Wednesday.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Wednesday came, Wednesday passed, and it never happened.
There is a chance I will get an exclusive conversation with Dylan on Wednesday.
Do you think that interview, that exclusive interview with Dylan, despite you just saying she has a gag order, do you think that interview came?
No.
Yes.
No, sir. I mean, John, no.
No. It didn't. But other creators did platform him and continued to push it.
I'm very much looking forward to that.
Yeah. So
because it's not the place of someone who is not trans to be telling you this information and sharing this story with you. That's the truth of Dylan being trans. And I just think it's really cool that I get to be the one to tell you. It's a big deal that means a lot to a lot of people. I normally don't make these videos. I normally don't out other people. I normally don't tell their stories for them. This is a special situation. There are extenuating circumstances to an absolutely insane degree. And, you know, I'm not going to leave Dylan's side. If she wants to be my friend, I will stay by her side the rest of her life. She is family.
Wait. If you want to be my friend, I'll be your friend. Bitch, you're family now. Shit! You can't just skip past the friend and become family. Damn, that escalated quickly. You've never spoken to Dylan.
He's Albert Einstein's kin.
And she's not joking, guys. Justin claimed to have been related to Albert Einstein.
And Bethany's family.
And Bethany's family. And, oh my God, who else? Dude, he claimed there was a lot of Justin videos that came after this, but he claimed he was related to everybody. Wasn't it the chief, his dad with the Moscow police chief? Oh, there was so much. And welcome, Pollyanna. Welcome so much.
His dad was like, or it was like in the Knights of Brotherhood with the police chief. There was so much stuff.
Yes. And he claimed Chief Fry was directly involved too. And welcome, Truth is in the Rabbit Hole. Good to see you again. Yeah, he was related to half the country. He said, "You like literally." I'm like paraphrasing, but he was like, "You think Einstein was smart? You better see my IQ." And he was related to Einstein allegedly. Okay,
You're not making it up. It's real.
I'm not making it up. It sounds made up, but I'm not. We've done deep dives on Justin a year ago, back when this all was first coming out. And we went deep and we showed it all. And I wish I was joking. I do. I'm not.
I've got her 6. I will not back down from a fight to protect her. I will not back down from a fight to clear her name and restore her reputation. These people who did this need to be brought to justice. And I am hoping and praying that Wednesday, these 3 individuals will go down for what they've done.
Did they go down that Wednesday, Shay?
No, nothing happened.
Wednesday came. Wednesday left. Nobody went down. Dylan did not come out for an exclusive interview. It was quite boring.
I hate when trans people are attacked by people who don't want to open their minds and have conversations. They want to jump to false narratives and lies. And
now, I've said this before, and again, as respectfully, like, please be respectful in the chat, but just dropping my little opinion here, you are doing a disservice to the community by putting out misinformation and associating it with transitioning. You're hurting that community's credibility. So it angers me. You shouldn't have done that. Talking about putting out false narratives, but that's exactly what you're doing. And then you're associating it and making it a trans thing, and that wasn't necessary.
they want to jump to false narratives and lies and making trans people out to be something we're not. Because there are a lot of people out there who are not trans, but they are claiming trans, and they're setting just a horrible, horrible example for the rest of us.
Okay. My judgment has absolutely nothing to do with how you identify, what gender you are. I think that you're just, I'm trying to be respectful, but you're a liar. And that I don't care, guy, girl, whatever. I'm observing your character, and it's the character and the behavior that I don't agree with. Nothing to do with gender.
It's causing those of us who are actually trans to not be taken seriously.
And this is what I meant. This is what I meant by, well, if your mission was to try to help the community and to be taken seriously, I have no idea why you would do this.
Actually trans to not be taken seriously. And that by itself, that didn't help Dylan at all. That made things worse for Dylan. And I mean, let's think about it. She was in Moscow, Idaho. That town is controlled by Christ Church and the cartel.
Now, Shay, on the last couple of lives, well, when we did the Kin WSU, it was part 2. She showed you guys how in Kim's Facebook posts back in November, December, month before this, she was very much talking about, and I will pull them up for reference, but she is very much talking about Moscow and the churches. And so here's another parallel we have with, ooh, that sounds familiar. It's the same narrative intertwined with the things we hear Kim pushing. But also to say, you won't allow a disservice to Dylan to happen. What was this? Was this a service to Dylan, or was this a disservice to Dylan? You made people who were already questioning her just based on the natural events, but you made them question inside her even more, and then believe something that most likely, I cannot say 100% certain whether she's trans or not, but most likely is not true. Thank you, Lace Lamons. Yes, the church cartel, Princess Scary. And, well, what is it, Shay? Can you explain it again?
Sure. So, in Moscow, they do have a church that is large and predominant. They have bought up a lot of land there. Their theology is kind of making the town a utopia. It's, I mean, in my opinion, that's just kind of their mission, their movement. But to me, it doesn't mean just because they have this theological based church kind of mission doesn't relate to the crimes at all. It just so happens to be out there in Moscow. And
Exactly.
I mean, there are a lot of, kind of big churches that I think do kind of take. No, I'm going to not say that. I'm just going to leave it at that. Sorry. I'm going to be careful. But yeah, I mean, they definitely have like a church there that's rather large and well known, and they got a lot of land that they're working with. I don't know what they're looking to do with it exactly, but some locals have commented on it as well, and it just happens to be there.
Thank you, Robin, for being a member for the months. Will I be getting my tinfoil hat in the mail? You make your own. Just go out, get your Reynolds, and just wrap it and do a little twist at the top. You are good. Yes, thank you, Shy. We appreciate it.
Don't tell me I'm wrong, because I'm not wrong.
I don't know. I don't know about that, Justin.
And I have more than enough evidence to back it up.
Then just show it. See, I like receipts. And so if you have enough evidence, just show it.
This town is not exactly a place where someone who is trans would want to be. Nor would people who are gay and bi. Which makes sense of why they all live together in that house.
Here we go. Get ready to be angry. Moscow is not a good place to be trans, gay, or bi. Now, to be fair, I won't speak on that. I'm not sure. Henry in the house. Why are you targeting Justin? Henry! Oh, Henry.
Yes, I am.
I will give you a chance when I get to that point, and I'll drop the link for you to have a chance to come up and address it if you want, but not yet. I gotta get through what I gotta get through. But thank you, oh Henry. It's very much appreciated. You guys, Henry is Dot. So hi Dot. Thank you.
Hey, I'm asked.
Yay, welcome back, Unmasked. Thank you for becoming a member. Okay. So Justin then transitions into, which is why they all live together in a house. Because it wasn't easy to be trans, gay, or bi in Moscow. Okay?
which makes sense of why they all lived together in that house. None of them were entirely straight. Not one of them.
So this is just, I'm going to out you. I'm going to out you. I'm going to. So not only, even if we were going by what you are saying, which is Dylan entrusted you by a third party who relayed this information to you since you are trans and not under the gag order, despite directly working with the defense, she chose you to share her story. Was it your place to share anybody else's story? Is it your place to out these victims who cannot speak and defend themselves? Is it just cool that these victims are deceased, yet we're going to sit here and we're going to push narratives about them when they literally do not have a voice any longer? Is that cool? And thank you so much, Ms. Brazzy. Kim was already around, Sonia. That's the thing. They were all around, and they all came onto YouTube at the same time. Well, Dot hadn't. I'm talking about Kim and Justin.
They all lived together in that house. None of them were entirely straight. Not one of them. Ethan wasn't dating Xana. Xana was Ethan's beard.
God, no, I hate this.
If you don't know what a beard is, neither did I, but a beard is a term that is used to reference when somebody is, when I believe it's specifically a male is gay, but they are publicly dating a girl, even though they're not really with her, but for public appearances, they believe he's straight. So one of the strongest, because we theorize all the time about this case, but one of the strongest things about the victims that came through and spoke volumes was Ethan and Xana's relationship, and Kaylee and Maddie's too. Kaylee and Maddie were best friends. They grew up together. They were always, they were always with one another. They were close. Ethan and Xana were sweethearts, and they were together and they loved each other. It was like 2 and 2, but Ethan and Xana's relationship shined through the horrors of the case. And to minimize that, to take that away in death, I think is really, really messed up.
Can I also say something to this too?
Yes.
And I think it's like really important and it was endearing, but on a more recent interview that I watched with the Chapins, they were asked about Xana and Ethan's relationship. And they said, we really don't want to comment on that because we want to leave that with them. That was something very special. To some degree, that's how they commented on it. Like, it was just so sacred even to the family. And they didn't want to comment on it. But this person out here is saying these types of things. It really ticks me off.
Mm-hmm.
The own family's not even commenting on it. They want to leave their relationship as special as they remembered it being.
Correct. And Henry, I will give you your chance to speak. I give anybody the chance to speak if I'm speaking on them. I'm not even speaking on you yet. Geez. But Dot says, Justin works with Brat. I got receipts. #snitch. Then send them. I've been telling you since almost a week ago, please send me receipts. You haven't yet, but other people have. I've been getting receipts. That's why I was late tonight, actually. I'm collecting receipts and I'm putting together the story. So please do send the receipts. Here's my email. I'm not going to be biased. If your receipts turn around and exposes this whole damn thing, I'm going to go with where the facts lead me. But so far, you're one of the only ones who hasn't sent me receipts. So simmer down. You will get your moment. But we're not going to take your word for it. You need to show receipts. I will do, yes. Another person is sending me receipts. I got you. I'm open to anything. I just want to know what the hell is the truth with these people. So he says that Ethan and, you know, they were all essentially either gay or bisexual. Again, not accurate information. I'm just relaying what he's saying. And that he discredits Ethan and Xana's relationship in death, which really upsets me, by saying that Xana wasn't really Ethan's girlfriend. Xana was his beard just for public purposes and to hide the fact that he's gay. And they're not here to speak for themselves. They're not here to defend themselves. It wouldn't be right to out somebody even if they were still with us, but it's really wrong to allegedly out somebody that is no longer here.
Ethan wasn't dating Xana. Xana was Ethan's beard. Ethan was bi, if not gay. And he was hooking up with Hudson.
If you aren't familiar with Hudson, conveniently, Hudson was somebody else who is no longer here with us. So not only is he discrediting and slandering Ethan and Xana, he then just included another unfortunate death and a young college student who is no longer here to defend himself either.
And potentially some other people who I'm not going to name their names right now, but they know who they are. And I absolutely cannot wait for them to face justice.
Face justice for hooking up with Ethan? He just said Ethan was hooking up with Hudson and some other people, but I'm not going to name their names. But I can't wait for them to face justice. Justice for what? Let's, again, play devil advocate here and say you're telling the truth. Why would they need to face justice for hooking up with Ethan? I know, right? Super convenient. Everybody that you're intertwining is not either no longer here to defend themselves or under a gag order and can't. Not only believe this guy, but even after this platformed him to push more info. Listen, I think there's a difference between I'm going to platform you and I'm going to call you out and expose what you're doing while giving you the chance to defend yourself. But I'm going to platform you for you to continue to push the lies and misinformation.
Because you don't attack someone who is trans and get away with it. Not around me, not in front of me. It just doesn't happen.
You shouldn't attack.
I really am the wrong.
You shouldn't attack anyone. Trans, not trans. You shouldn't attack anyone and get away with it. In my opinion, am I wrong here? Like, wrong is wrong.
No, I agree with you.
You have it, Anyanka. There is a dumpster fire for members. It's Shay's dumpster fire. Thank you, Michelle.
It's mine and B crumbs, okay?
Yeah, they got a dumpster fire a while back.
We got people me way before.
Mm-hmm. It looks like a treasure chest. It's green, Michelle.
That's all we could. We gotta find a better one.
All right.
It does
Pardon
look like
me.
a treasure chest, though.
It just doesn't happen. I really am the wrong trans guy to piss the fuck off. I keep warning you. Fuck around and find the fuck out. Guess what? You fucked around, now you're finding out. I'm not sorry. And that's the tea. So, until next time, I love you.
That's the tea. Fuck around, find out. That's the tea. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Justin.
That's his first big story.
That was
so
Justin.
many.
Yep, coming onto the scene. That was Justin's big story. He would then later tie in the chief of Moscow. Did he not claim the chief of Moscow murdered the other couple that, remember, they were they attacked the other couple? They thought, what was it? That Brian at one point could have been responsible for this other murder, and then he tied in the Moscow police chief. He literally said the chief was arrested and that we would find out another, like at midnight, it was about to be exposed. Spoiler alert, he wasn't. I gotta find those screenshots, man. He literally was posting on Twitter that the Moscow police chief, Chief Fry, was arrested and was currently in custody. And that it was about to hit because he had his informant, except it didn't. And he wasn't arrested. Can you send them, Wolfie? Please do. Please do. I need them. I need to show you guys. But who effed around, though? The killers effed around. If you ask yourself, well, why? Who was targeting Dylan for being trans when you were the one who outed it? Oh, I don't know. Don't ask me these logical questions. We're not dealing with logical people.
Yeah, and the other one that makes me mad is he
Sorry.
tries to claim that he's the young lady that passed away, Hannah Cleary, from a over-the-counter overdose issue. It was very, very sad, and her dad's asked like that she not be brought into the Idaho stuff at all. He continues to say like he's like her brother, and there's been no proof of that. It's crazy.
Yep. And Nikki, he just made a post like a couple days ago. So yes, he is still around. And then basically he elaborated a bit on the Dylan story. And I'm just going to relay to you guys what he said. What Justin said was basically Bethany's brother, right? Funk, what was his name? Like the whole Funk auto part bit. Like there was this whole big
the dentist offices. Yeah.
Yes. And so basically Bethany, it was her brother who was there among others. And because Dylan was friends with Bethany, when they came in, they told Bethany, lock yourself in your room. And Dylan was able to go with her. And these murders were committed. And Dylan, so when he says Dylan wasn't supposed to survive that night, she only did because of Bethany. And it was Bethany's brother involved. And for some reason, after the murders, once these alleged killers started to realize she transitioned, allegedly, they said, she's not trustworthy. She's not trustworthy anymore. And attacked her and put her in the hospital. And now she needs a kidney transplant. We heard from Dylan's dad. Dylan's dad spoke out. Did you see anywhere in that article him saying that Dylan was in the hospital? She had needed a kidney transplant. She's diabetic. Did you hear anything? And I just dropped it, Dot. It's right here.
No, I did not.
Okay, hold on. I'm getting the screenshots up.
Yeah, Justin's around a lot in the Facebook groups, and he's still very much there. And now I think people kind of know who he is and call him out more. But at first, it was just wild. And to think like he'd go on multiple platforms talking about this, it was just so sad. I couldn't believe it.
And Justin went rabid in the comment section.
Oh, yeah. I think
And
he was
I'm
like in Jules quite a bit, right? In yours?
Yes. And that's actually how, like, when I first started talking to Jules, was when I remember I showed those comments and she's like, I had no idea, because she gets so many comments underneath her videos. And sometimes, especially if it's in like a thread, you don't catch all of them. And the comments he was making, he was going around comment sections, and I have the screenshots and I could pull some up. The misinformation he was spreading was crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me pull them up.
Woo woo. Oh, Justin.
Okay. Yes, he was, and we're going to take a look at some of them right now. And then we'll go on to Dot. Dot's chomping at the bit. Okay. While we wait, if you could take a second and hit the thumbs up, that would be greatly appreciated. And thank you all so much for being here. I absolutely love doing Members Only Mondays, and I appreciate every single one of you that are a member. So thank you for the support.
Do you have all the Justin stuff, or do you want me to send some of it?
You could send whatever, but I'm getting some of them up right now. It's been a while.
Okay.
Since I've gone things up. Okay.
I'm gonna mute just for a second and find some.
Okay. Well, and I'm gonna pull these up while we wait. So here we go. Two upstairs and two downstairs is correct. Allegedly. Per the instructions for that night. I've got the receipts. Everyone overlooked them except me. More than 4 people were inside. Someone was hidden in the attic. He had help. Someone was hidden in a closet. Sonata is correct. I have said this since December. I've got receipts. The instructions are digital. If they were also on paper, then I have no knowledge about that. Someone has a cousin in law enforcement who has been leaking them info, and it's been getting passed on to me. Allegedly and speculatively. Yeah, I know. Obligatory disclaimer. Okay. Thank you so much. So much of what I have stated is easily verifiable if you do your homework. Well, we did. And it wasn't. It's people choosing to be ignorant on purpose because the truth is too uncomfortable for them to accept as reality. There is so much I know that I can't even talk about. I wish I could spill the beans on all of this, but I can't. There are quite a few reasons I am stuck in the damn middle of all this crap. None of those reasons were of my own free will. I wish I could make this shit up, but I couldn't if I tried. The documents and evidence that will come at trial are going to blow people's minds. They have no idea of the incoming shitstorm. Thank you to that person. Thank you. It's very sweet of you. All right. Laugh my freaking ass off. Except that Dylan actually is trans. So, sucks to be you. Harsh is on the list of people my attorney is monitoring and keeping track of every video where he has defamed me. So, jokes on all of y'all. The only person, actually not the only person, but you among many are the people who have to worry about a defamation case coming. Just saying. Thank you, Melinda. That's so sweet. After a 7-hour and a 5-hour live, I am addicted. We're happy to have you here. Thank you so much. So the joke's on all of y'all, because I have never done anything but tell the truth. Harsh, meaning the creator, is being paid off to shut down anyone who gets close to the truth. Again, I am not sorry. The truth is just so fucking inconvenient for you. Because again, y'all owe me a big fat apology come trial. Listen. I'll say it right here and now. Come trial, if it comes out that everything you said, Justin, was true, I will publicly apologize up here the same way I'm going over this. If it comes out that everything you said were true, I will bite my tongue and I will apologize. You really think they're going to pay off that house? Transferring property management to Franklin and Franklin donating it creates a tax write-off for all of these clowns. Except I caught the falsified fraudulent document, which puts a halt to tearing the house down. Spoiler alert, the house has been torn down. I do actually know what I'm talking about, as I have been on the inside of this the whole ass fucking time, because this shit has to do with me. Now, what I want you guys to pay attention to, the same exact way that Kimbleweed all of a sudden started with just speculating and theorizing in that group, the Facebook groups, into her daughter knew about it before, into then her daughter was directly involved as she was used as the damn alibi, and her story grew as time went on. Now Justin was directly involved, and it has to do with him. Wait a second. We just heard your video. You said Dylan reached out to someone who reached out to you to leak this information specifically because you were trans and she was following your story and she chose you to do it. And conveniently, you're working for the defense. Now this has to do with you? It has to do with you.
Any objection? All objections.
We object all the way, Justin. All the way. Is this Justin Tumbleweed? Is this Jumbleweed? I'm pretty sure we have Kimbleweed and we have Jumbleweed now. As time is going on, your story is evolving to directly having to do with you. And if that were the case, how in the Elmer Fudd are you on the defense? How are you working for the defense if you are directly involved in this? I mean,
okay, what the
but notice the parallels in their stories. Notice the parallels in their narratives and the things that these people, I don't know where they come from, what they're doing, but there's consistency with what they do. Laugh out loud. Okay, sure. You'll be eating your words when trial rolls around. I'm right, and you're damn well know I'm right. I've already been proven right more than once. All of this has me stuck in the middle of it. This shit has to do with me. I'm not sorry that the truth is so inconvenient for you. Just who are you? How did you become directly involved in this? Oh, thank you, Mizzy. Melissa, can you play the farting tumbleweed, please? It's not a tumbleweed, it's a dandelion, but sure. Hold on. I think it's so funny that you thought that was a tumbleweed, though, honestly. That was a dandelion. But it's so funny as hell. But thank you. So just like Kimbleweed, Jumbleweed is rolling, and Shay, can you do it on Messenger?
Yeah, I just gotta send them that way first because
Okay.
it wouldn't let me search the other way. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Justin, this event was staged. Brent lived in a one. Now here we go with Brent, the whole Brent Kopaka narrative, which I do not believe Brent had any involvement in this case. But Brent lived in a one-bedroom apartment and did not have roommates. This was a swatting that was staged to make Brent shut up. Now, at this point, the whole Brent Kopaka situation was very much going around, and people were very heavily speculating that Brent was directly involved in the Idaho murders. Because Chief Fry, was there on the scene when there was quite literally zero reason for him to be there. He did not and does not have jurisdiction in Pullman. More bogus, intentional distractions to steer everyone away from the truth. We are getting close. They are losing their shit and panicking. They are throwing more red herrings into the mix to keep everyone confused and guessing. But they're too dumb to realize that it's beyond fucking easy to debunk their whole ass case and this whole ass operation. They aren't telling you the university doesn't legally own the house, which is why it can't be torn down. But it did get torn down. The property never transferred hands. The document is forged and fraudulent because Lee wasn't working for Givens Pursley, so he couldn't legally sign that document and authorize the transfer of the property. Therefore, he legally could not donate the house, and due to that, house cannot be torn down. It took me literally 10 minutes to figure that out, tops. Just by Googling. It really wasn't hard. I don't know what changed, Justin, but it did. It did get torn down. So somebody asks, I thought the DNA on the sheath was compared with DNA from Brian's trash or his neighbor's trash, and those two items were brought in, and they were enough to show the sheath DNA was from the son of the person's DNA from his dad. Why was the family tree genealogy used? Justin answers, it didn't match Brian's DNA. Oh, okay. Literally everyone is overlooking the detail. It didn't match anyone in Brian's family. The DNA exonerates Brian because Kyle Payne is the one who planted the DNA. I know who the DNA belongs to and how Kyle got it. Kyle Payne wrote up one of the affidavits, and he was on the scene at the murders. Officer Payne. Okay? Justin even knows whose DNA was on the sheath. Wow. That is, you are right up into it. Good night, Kimberly. How would you be privy to that information? Not only do you know who planted the DNA, but you knew who the DNA belongs to. Yet, Justin, you say you're working for the defense, okay? If you had evidence like you claim you had that exonerates Brian, what the hell is he doing still sitting awaiting trial? You had this before he waived his right to a speedy trial. Why would the defense waive that right if they had all of this bombshell evidence that exonerates him? Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. You're right. Brett Payne's brother Kyle. Thank you, Alyssa. I read that too quickly. Brett Payne is the officer, and then Kyle is Brett Payne's brother. So the brother of the officer who was on the scene. Thank you.
Jade, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab my iPad because it's easier for me to see the pictures. They're too small for me.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second. Sorry. Not on your thing. I mean, for me to send you.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, 1 second.
So someone says, okay, Justin Pap. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to show names, but Justin's like, you're laughable. That's what he said. You don't even know the half of it. I can't wait for October 2nd. I will be getting the last laugh and my vindication. Well, hardy har har. Did it happen? Are you vindicated? Not sure. Good night, Salvatore. Oh, bless your heart, Shug. I've been screaming from the rooftops about this for months, 'cause it ain't Brian's DNA. It's someone else's. And I happen to know whose too. I will be vindicated, and it will be glorious. I know something no one else knows about the trial. Well, two things actually, which I can't talk about because it's classified. In the end, I will be the one coming out on top of all these people who have done nothing but treat me like garbage for no reason, instead of maybe, having a conversation with me and hearing me out. But, that's too easy and makes too much sense, right? Being up there with Turing and Tesla in terms of IQ is exhausting. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Alan Turing and Tesla, Nikola Tesla, being up there with their IQs is exhausting. This isn't the one about Einstein, but I'm telling you guys. Being up there with Turing and Tesla in terms of IQ is exhausting. I am just on such a higher level than all of you peasants. Dear Lord. Did he, J Lord? This guy said Kaylee and Ethan are alive in Texas and Natalie Holloway is alive in Moscow. I'll take your word for it because, yeah. Oh my God.
I can't believe it. He said so much stuff.
Because the DNA exonerates Brian, just like I have told you more than once. It was never his DNA to begin with. It was someone else's. The prosecution are shitting their collective pants because they know, I know, and they know I'm coming for them. They hand over their DNA and the case goes, bye-bye. The prosecution is shitting spick. Shitting bricks because J-Rod is coming for them? That's what we're doing here? Oh no! Oh no! That guy Justin. The prosecution sweating and shitting bricks because Justin. No, Blue. Well, you know what? To be fair, Blue asks, does the prosecution know who Justin is? When it comes to this case, so many people have reached out to the prosecution, to Ann Taylor, his defense team. So I wouldn't be surprised if they heard of his name, but yeah, what?
I'm just searching the Facebook groups right now. It just cracks me up to see Justin all over the place. It's like a Kemba
The injury, Army, second chance? People don't know the person being protected. This is about two specific individuals who are the absolute center of this. It doesn't have anything to do with Ethan. It's two individuals no one has spoken about because they don't know the story. It doesn't have anything to do with any of the roommates. It's about the missing link. The secret weapon up their sleeve has nothing to do with lovers. A different kind of mentor-mentee relationship, which is an equivalent exchange. Move is not about Ethan. It's about one of the two individuals no one is talking about. It's about something larger than this. When the truth comes out, it will all make sense. The prosecution has DNA which exonerates Brian. Brian's DNA was never on the sheet to begin with. It was someone else's DNA, someone unnamed, someone no one sees coming, someone who is going to be owed many, many apologies. There is an individual who is directly connected to Kyle Payne for a very specific reason, who links all of this together. So hold on. Do. Okay. Now let me pull this up. Here is a clip of one of the other videos Justin has done.
Are you playing the one I sent you?
Oh, no. Did you send it to me a messenger yet?
No, I'm trying to. It's just too long to send a messenger, so
okay.
I'm trying to cut it.
Oh, it's a video?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
3-minute, 32-second, but Messenger only allows up to 3 minutes, so it's making me cut it.
Okay, hold on. I'll get that.
Sorry, unless you don't want me to cut it, I'd rather you get to play it all.
No, you're fine. Okay.
Well, let me pause it. Yeah, I think Woofy and you had the load of Justin stuff.
Yeah.
I went in and got all the the one that was on Twitter that he said he was connected with. I got a lot of those screenshots, but I can't confirm that's him or not.
Right. Well, he did many videos after the one that we just watched. So here are some here are some clips of said videos.
Hey everybody, it's Wednesday, June 14th, 11:11 p.m. Chicago time, as evidenced right here on my iPad. And this is a quick note to tell you that the DNA that was on the sheath does not belong to Brian Koberger, nor does it belong to his father. And I quote, but does not exclude the father. Let me repeat myself. And I quote, but does not exclude the father. Now, if the DNA that was found on that sheath was a match to Brian Koberger, then his father would have been excluded. He would have been ruled out.
Okay, hold on. I gotta listen to what he said again. Hold on.
Now, if the DNA that was found on that sheath was a match to Brian Koberger, then his father would have been excluded. He would have been ruled out.
No. This is genealogical. And so they could not exclude, and they would share certain traits. It's not either just one like or the other. It's not like black or white. There's different types of DNA testing, and they can test to see if it shares traits. And so what they'll do is they'll make a tree, and then they'll go outwards in and connect it and then get back down. So they can't exclude it, meaning it is connected somehow to the killer. And it could be a very direct connection, like a parent, or it could be a very far off connection, like a great aunt twice removed, who knows?
See, I actually think that they rolled out some people in the beginning with phenotypes of DNA testing. And I know that we haven't gotten to see everything, but that's a theory that Joseph Scott Morgan has. And I do think it's pretty interesting. I'd love to see all the evidence.
Yes. Hello, Logic, my old friend.
And thank you, Harlot, and the review. I'm gonna go pull the Canna stuff. I thought that was him too, because he did say he did work with him. It was some kind of confusing stuff, but I have tons of screenshots from the Twitter account. I'll grab those.
Okay, hold on. I'm just screenshotting all the ones he sent me because.
Hey, Fur Coat Mama.
Hi, Fur Coat Mama. Okay.
I'm still gonna grab those other ones because I think that those are pretty telling too.
I just screenshotted all of them, if that's what you're talking about.
Not the ones I sent you. There's more. I have more. I just didn't go there yet.
Okay.
As a suspect, but that did not happen. Why didn't that happen? Because that DNA on that knife sheath does not belong to Brian, nor does it belong to his father. It belongs to someone else entirely unrelated to them. That is what the prosecution is hiding. The prosecution has that DNA evidence, which exonerates Brian Koberger, but does not exclude the father. This isn't Brian's DNA.
Okay.
Really?
Everybody, it's Wednesday, June 14th.
Because Justin knows best. Justin knows best.
I think he needs it. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah. What you talking about? Okay. Next clip. Let's listen to another one. And these are just clips, okay? But now here we go. I want you to get the jumbleweed into your mind. Just like Kim, these stories then started to evolve. You guys heard yourself what Justin originally claimed, how he was reached out. He works for the defense. And that he was chosen because he's trans. So Dylan picked him to be the one to share his trans story. Now I want you to watch a clip of the next video, one of the next videos he uploaded, as time went on, he jumbleweeded his way around, and now he has my dad new Chief Fry. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. His dad now knows Chief Fry. Okay? Oh, okay. Thank you, Wolfie. Wait a second. I thought you were randomly chosen because, like Dylan, you were trans and she wanted to share her story and she was bound by the gag order, and you work for the defense. And so you are sharing this. Now your dad knew Chief Fry? All right, let's hear it from Justin himself, shall we?
Hey guys, I want to give you some background information. My father was besties with Chief Fry. My father worked with Chief Fry. My father worked with Chief Fry's father. My Aunt Linda also...
Wait, slow down. Don't bring Aunt Linda into this yet. Hold on. Wait a second. Your dad... Okay, hold on. I slow down, Justin, okay? My brain needs to process this. Try that again.
Hey guys, I want to give you some background information.
Okay.
My father was besties with Chief Fry.
Okay, so Justin's father, besties with Chief Fry. All right, got it.
My father worked with Chief Fry.
Father besties with Chief Fry. Father worked with Chief Fry. Check.
My father worked with Chief Fry's father.
Oh, shit. Not only does Papa is best friends with Chief Fry, not only is Papa working with Chief Fry, but Papa worked with Chief Fry's Papa. All right, I'm following you, Justin.
My Aunt Linda also worked with Chief Fry and Chief Fry's father.
Even Aunt Linda, yo. Bet you didn't expect that. That's a curveball, ain't it? Aunt Linda works with Chief Fry and Chief Fry's Papa. You see these connections? Okay.
They all worked together at Merco Latino, which was a technology company before it went under and got bought out and renamed Marco Technologies.
Okay.
My Uncle Dave is a dentist and orthodontist.
Oh, shit! Uncle Dave! My Uncle Dave? Yeah, you know Dave. He was an orthodontist. Shit, how is an orthodontist coming into this? Uncle Dave. You can't forget Uncle Dave. You know Uncle Dave always comes to the fucking Thanksgivings drunk and shit. Well, Uncle Dave's a part of this too. Welcome, Leon. We're going there, okay?
What did Uncle Dave have to do with this? Poor guy.
Shut your mouth, okay? Uncle Dave is a dentist. So right there, you don't ask questions, Shay. Uncle Dave, he's not just a dentist, he's a fucking orthodontist, all right? So just roll with it.
I'm rolling.
Uncle Dave is a dentist and orthodontist. He knows the Funk family.
Oh, see, here we go with the funk. So Uncle Dave, he knows the Funk family. See, when the Funks needed braces, it was Uncle Dave who came in clutch, all right? Uncle Dave.
Sorry.
My cousin Nikki is a cop for...
Oh, shit! Cousin Nikki! It's a whole family gathering. Justin is related to everyone. Everyone. So now we have cousin Nikki. You can't forget cousin Nikki. Come on. Cousin Nikki always comes in clutch at Christmas.
My cousin Nikki is a cop for Rock Falls and Rockford PD. She knows Brent Kopacka.
Shit!
What? Oh my God.
Nikki is a cop, and cousin Nikki is also intertwined with Brent Kopacka. You see, when Justin said he was involved, and somehow he works for the fucking defense, we're supposed to believe all of these people you are directly connected with in this case, yet you are working for the defense? That isn't a little bias there, buddy. That's not going to be an issue at all. I'm not sure about that. Welcome, Stephanie. We're happy to have you. Thank you. My dear Lord.
PD. She knows Brent Kopacka. And I got assigned to Kyle Payne at Fort Benning as my CO.
Shit! So now when Justin was in Fort Benning, the fucking cop. Wait, did he say Kyle or Brett?
He said Kyle.
Okay, so the fucking cop who was there and who wrote up the affidavit for these murders, his brother was with Justin at Fort Benning. Don't tell me this isn't logical. Come on.
Furthermore, my cousin Randy from Southampton, PA, right next door to Alex.
God, poor Randy.
Randy. You didn't expect him to go through this entire story and leave out cousin Randy. Come on. And all giggles now, but people hosted him and really believed him. They really believed him. I get emails to this day believing Justin. Okay? But cousin Randy's coming along for this ride, whether you like it or not.
PA, right next door to Albrightsville, PA, has his hands in the real estate money laundering cookie jar.
That real estate money laundering cookie jar? Cousin Randy, you up to no good.
He's been laundering money by purchasing and selling single-family residences, along with Fry and his cronies.
Chief Fry is intertwined with cousin Randy, and the money laundering scheme.
Because Fry's got his hand in the same cookie jar. And my dad knew about it.
Justin's dad directly knew Chief Fry had his hands in the cookie jar with cousin Randy.
My dad was investigating Fry when my dad died.
Shit! Now his dad, despite being best friends with Fry, works with Fry's papa. Justin's dad also was investigating Fry and knew about Fry money laundering with cousin Randy.
I am in the middle of all of this crap for a fucking reason.
I thought Dylan just reached out to you to share her story because only a trans person deserved to share her story and she was bound by the gag order. I thought you worked for the defense. Now, somehow, like Kimbleweed over here, you suddenly rolled and just picked up more stories along the way. And now everybody in your family is directly intertwined in this.
Hey guys, I want to give you some background information. My dad knew about it. My dad was investigating Fry when my dad died. I am in the middle of all of this crap for a fucking reason.
And that reason isn't for what I originally stated that reason is for. Okay, I'm following. I'm picking up what you're putting down, Justin. Next. All right. What's the name of this one? Hold on. All right. Justin Vlogs. My father. My papa. The Deputy Grand Knight. This is when Justin evolves into his father having a very, very high standing position as a Deputy Grand Knight. The Stupids. Oh my God, Viviana. Not many people know that movie, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you know the movie The Stupids. I loved that movie as a kid. I am my own grandpa. I remember that, and I didn't remember that song until you just said that in the chat. And that's funny. That was a good movie. Thank you, Michelle. That was a good movie. He took the fish in a bowl, like a fish bowl, for a walk on a leash. Okay. My papa, the Deputy Grand Knight.
I need to show you guys something.
Listen, and it ain't Uncle Dave's orthodontist certificate. It's something more important.
I need to show you guys something.
Please, Justin, do. What does it say? Saint Mary of Huntley? Council 11666, Robin J. Papworth, Charter Deputy Grand Knight. Bet you don't have a papa that high. Look at the seriousness.
My dad was a Deputy Grand Knight.
He is so proud. I forgot. This was explained to me what a Deputy Grand Knight was, but I forgot. Do you remember what it was, Shay?
Like what it was?
Yeah. What was a Deputy Grand Knight?
Yes, hold on.
It's Knights of Columbus. The Deputy Grand Knight
I
serves
got it.
as the Grand Knight's right-hand man and fills in for the Grand Knight when he is not present. What's the Grand Knight, though, again?
Okay. Hold on.
He was part of a lodge.
Yeah, I got it because I took screenshots from the website too. That's what I'm getting. I'll get to you in just a second. Yeah, it's with the Masons. I'm having to like pull up stuff on my phone and my iPad to like send you because I don't know what's what. There's so much stuff.
And if you look at his name, there was the whole big conspiracy that he was Papa Rogers because his name was what's it called?
Papa Rodriguez.
Yes. And so it was like, oh, is this a spinoff of Papa Rogers? Look how proud.
My father was a Deputy Grand Knight.
He's so proud.
My father was next in line to be the Grand Knight.
And my uncle, Dave, was an orthodontist.
Yeah, the Knights of Columbus is here to help. We offer the Catholic faith formation, financial protection, and family resources that can help you grow as a father, husband, and leader. With the Knights, you can become the man you want to be and your family needs. Right now, we're offering some kind of deal. That's what I got off the site.
Observing the laws of the order and his council. Okay. As above, so below. Gotcha.
Someone shut my father up.
Oh.
My father knew something he wasn't supposed to know.
So this murder is now directly intertwining with the loss of Justin's father, which I'm so sorry for your loss, but it's somehow intertwining.
If you knew my father, you have some serious explaining to do.
What?
Everything I thought I knew about my father has been a fucking lie. All of it. My father was mixed up in some shit. And someone needs to start talking.
What does this have to do with... What does this have to do with the Idaho murders? You got some splaining to do. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my dear Lord. I love a good conspiracy. Do not get me wrong. You guys know we do the conspiracy stuff all the time here. But this is even too much for me. This is too much for me. But he looked like this. Like, listen. He showed that little badge like it was groundbreaking fucking news. He showed it as if he didn't just pull that out from an old shoebox in the basement, and it's like, oh shit, I can use this. What does this have to do with the Idaho case? I don't understand. So here is Papa. Yes, this is his Facebook account. Justin William Popworth Rodriguez started a job at the Department of Defense in 2018.
I just realized what I was looking at.
The United States of America, Department of Defense. Justin. Not Uncle Dave, not Cousin Nikki, Justin, okay? It's not a joke. Oh, my goodness. Okay. And this was from the Facebook groups. Okay. So it's justice is coming. Expect action by May 1st. Things are starting to pop off in Assotin County. Feds are rumoredly staging there for something big to go down. Assotin is right next to Leda. Some general area. Okay. Justin posts in the Justice for Brian Kohberger group. Pretty sure I know exactly who this is and exactly who has been hiding him. The same person who owns the 97 Ford F-150 seen on the Grub Truck CCTV. The same person who was on scene for the deaths of Tom Johnson and Leslie Jones here in Oak Park, Illinois. The same person who is the older man seen at the 1122 King House the night of the crime. The same person in the house who said, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." This is one more reason Brian Kohberger's name will get mostly cleared. He is still the mastermind of the plan. However, he didn't plan for someone double-crossing and framing him to take the fall. He never even got out of the car that night. So, putting out photos, like, not only are you verbally claiming people are directly involved, you are putting photos out of them. It's very dangerous. Welcome, Hunting for the Truth. We're happy to have you here. So this is the University of Idaho Murders. That's the main, I refer to it as like the main Idaho group. It blew up. It was very, very active with a lot of members. So Justin posts, and this is December 23rd, so a little over a month after the murders. For anyone who has been, pause. Remember when we went through all the WSU Kim posts? This is the same group, and it is the same time frame for Kim posting. For anyone who has been making false claims and allegations that I don't know Gerard, yes, I do. I worked on the Buddha Guide campaign in 2020. I worked on trans healthcare policy proposal white papers. He is reliable and trustworthy. He isn't a random. His information is legitimate. Stop shitting all over him. It's not cool. Well, how do you think the victims' families feel that you're shitting on them while discrediting their relationships, claiming that they may have been bisexual or gay? What do you think that is? Or shitting all over the surviving roommate when you are putting out misinformation and slandering them? Okay. This is
So I have a lot of Gerard's like tweets, and then I think he's under Canon Knitter, and he responds to quite a few. That's what I'm looking at right now, Melissa. I don't know what all you want.
This is okay, because I know we
Okay.
got to move on to Dot.
Okay, no
So,
worries. I can still grab
but
these
thank
for
you.
another time if you want them.
Yes, thank you. So it says cell phone tower pings versus real-time GPS location data. A cell phone tower ping occurs when your phone is within range of a cell tower. It does not pinpoint your exact location. It simply says, hey, this person entered my service zone. That's it. That's all. And so he's referring to Brian Koberger pinging in the area near the house 12 times prior to the murders. That's it. That's all. The cell phone tower pings are a red herring in this investigation. What we need is the real-time GPS location data. You know how if you bring up Google Maps on your phone and plug in an address to get driving directions. You know how your little blue dot on the screen moves as you move? That is real-time GPS location data. That real-time GPS location data is what is important and what matters. That data tells us exactly where Brian was and when. It has also been ignored that there is a very good chance someone cloned Brian's phone in order to frame him. We know, and this is, him just involving people who don't need to be involved, but we know Abby, who is friends with Xana and Maddie, works or did work for AT&T. We know that a good chunk of people involved in these shenanigans are in the technology sector. Am I the only one paying attention and doing the homework? Because it sure seems like it. Okay. Hey, Rando. So just involving people and accusing that person of altering phone data, like in her job. So this says on the Justice for Brian Koberger group, this post was published by Brent Kopacka on December 11th, 2022. His alleged swatting was on December 15th, 2022. What if Brent wasn't even in Pullman on 15th of December? What if Brent was already in California and the swatting was staged? Brent lived in a one-bedroom apartment. Brent did not have roommates, okay? And then it shows a post of Brent. Now, again, we discussed Brent Kopacka once on this channel. We had his best friend, Darren Duncan, on for an interview. We aren't under the belief that Brent directly ties into these murders whatsoever. I think it's messed up to continue to take somebody who is no longer with us and directly involve them when they can't speak for themselves or defend themselves. I think it's very easy to sit there and continue to point the finger at deceased people because they can't say anything. Thank you, Beach Lover, for being a member for 3 months. So here's Justin again. This would be a white 4-door 2013 Hyundai Elantra sedan parked in the front of the law practice where Allison formerly worked. Let me tell you something. Hyundai Elantras are very, very common. I have also captured it parked in the driveway of their home in Boise. Are we sure Brian's 2015 Elantra is the right vehicle? Because I'm pretty sure it's not. Because that K-bar came from Sigma Chi. However, I find it rather interesting that Brian got new plates and tags for his 15 Elantra 5 days after the murders. That could just be a coincidence, though. It might not be anything nefarious at all. This is not doxing. These images are publicly available with a Google search. You go to Google Maps, plug in the address, and go to Street View. Simple and easy as pie. But go ahead and keep lying on my name saying I doxed you when that's so far from the truth, it's laughable. So clearly the person whose home this is was not happy that Justin was posting photos and attaching their name to a crime. A very horrific crime.
Yeah, I think he kind of follows a lot of the 4chan stuff with like Loach and things like that, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Thank you, Samantha, for being a member for 3 months. Absolutely love you and the mods and chat. We love you. Thank you so much, Samantha, for your support. Okay, I think there's like 2 more, and then we'll move on to Dot. I know you're out there, Henry. Brian's DNA was never on the sheet to begin with. The prosecution literally stated in a response to a motion to compel from the defense, the DNA, does not belong to you, Brian. No, it wasn't his DNA. It was his, oh my Lord. The prosecution also stated, but does not exclude the father. They had a buccal swab from Brian. They had a buccal swab from Brian's father. They had garage evidence they collected from Brian's parents' residence in PA. If the DNA on the sheath belonged to Brian Kohberger, then it would have excluded his father. No, it would have been a DNA match to his father, but it wasn't. Why? Because it was never Brian's DNA to begin with. Furthermore, touch DNA evidence was only recovered from the plastic porous snap of the sheath. The rest of the sheath is made from porous leather. The plastic snap is the easiest place to remove DNA from. This calls into question if there was ever DNA on the sheath in the first place. That sheath was intentionally planted to make the scene appear sloppy, almost as if all of this was planned before it ever happened. You're not paying attention. It's almost as if the K-bar actually came from Sigma Chi, and it never belonged to Brian Kohberger or Brent Kopacker from the start. Guess which Sigma Chi brother has a mommy who drives a white 4-door 2013 Hyundai Elantra that she was too stupid to not park directly in front of the law practice she formerly worked for. It got caught on Google Street Cams. Her fatal flaw. Let me tell you something. When I keep talking to you guys about those parallels with Kim, the person he's blaming here is one of the people, when I told you guys how Kim named 5 people's first and last names as being directly involved in the murders, it's the same person he's blaming. Same person. What are the coincidences? What are the odds of that? Both were in the Facebook groups at the same time. Both came out onto YouTube at the same time. Both story continuously evolving into something new and different. Both accusing the same people.
Yeah, and I sent you a thread of stuff that has like a good bulk of it wrapped up together that I found too. The messenger is crazy.
Thank you. Okay.
There's just so much on Justin. He's been everywhere. And he goes live on his own channel talking about the Cleary stuff and connections.
He sure does. Now, I want to play some clips from a panel. Moving on and transitioning to Dot. We got into some of the Dot stuff, not even really intentionally too much, just lightly. But then Dot showed up and she came up on panel and she essentially shared her side of the story and said she was thrown under the bus, but we never really went through what she was claiming at the time. Now, she admitted it. She admitted she wasn't telling the truth, but she was pushing that she was under the belief it was the truth, just somebody else's story, and she took that story and went public with it. But she admitted to lying. She admitted that this wasn't her. Now, then we had another person up, Rabbit Hole. And while Rabbit Hole was up, she exposed that Dot was not one person, that there's multiple people associated with the Dot account. And while in chat, Dot turned around and said, yeah, but so are you. So you're openly admitting that, no, you're not one person. There's multiple people, but just simply was pointing the finger back at Rabbit Hole saying, well, you are too. There's some fuckery going on. very deep, deep fuckery. And I want to know who these people are, what their connections are, who knew. Were they all intertwined with one another? Because it didn't just invade on YouTube, it invaded on multiple platforms. Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Reddit, 4chan, everywhere these people were. What were their intentions? What are their intentions? Please do, Pickle.
Can I also say one thing too? Just I was kind of in the groups. Justin was also actively looking into the Kylie Rodney case as well. Find that kind of interesting. He's in my Kylie Rodney Facebook groups.
Very interesting. Okay. Let me pull this up. So this panel, where'd my thingy go? Oh, okay. This panel is a panel that Dot went on. Rory from Thou Shall Not Kill.
Would I run with it? No.
Rory is one of those that very heavily pushed the conspiracies, very heavily pushed. This was a drug related situation. But along with Kim, people like Dot would get on panel and go unquestioned, unchallenged, in my opinion. So I want you guys to be able to hear, because we hadn't played yet, Dot on panel and speaking and what the things that she was saying. So I want you guys to be able to hear. And now knowing, if you were here the other night, she came up, she admitted this isn't her story. This isn't her truth. She admitted what was going on. Now listen back to this and realize how disturbing it is that good night, MK, that she would literally cry while speaking of how traumatized she was and how disturbed and scared she is. And it's not the truth. So Dot is on the bottom right. Okay?
Would I air it on live fucking shows? No. But I would definitely listen, because I would want answers for my seats to tell.
Sorry. I know I.
Excuse me. Yes, that guy is up here. So let's.
Guys, yes. Good. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm better. I'm better now. I've collected myself,
Oh, wait,
so I'm
was
better.
Dot on already?
All right. So I will ask you a question. Do you want to talk to only me, or is it okay if we have?
Oh, hold on. I think I missed.
Somebody have to physically be.
I don't even have that.
Where's Dot?
And is altered. Goes, and surprise, surprise, the footage I've had has never leaked. You know, and because I'm not sending footage.
Oh, here. Sorry.
Wrong when I make the assessment.
No.
Like when
I've had better days.
Okay, I understand. So thank you for coming up. And listen, no one. I promise you, if anyone on this panel attacks you, which they will not,
yeah,
but everybody will be very respectful, and we just want to hear what you have to say, because.
So you guys have to understand, Dot originally came from TikTok. That's really where she was majority. And this was when she came to YouTube. Okay? I'm pretty sure this was the first YouTube live she came on. Am I correct, Shay?
No, I don't believe so. I think she originally went on Evil CJ.
Evil CJ's, you're right. Evil CJ's.
And then it was, I believe, Rory's after this.
Okay.
And I went back to watch Evil CJ's because I didn't see that live as it happened. And then Rory had a live, and I watched this one live.
Yes.
I'm hearing a different story from Brett, and I'm hearing a different story from you.
Can I say something?
So I just want to clear that up.
I will say that on Evil CJ's that they were highly encouraging Dot to go talk with authorities.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll see how Rory's what happens.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't ever talk to anybody because I wanted for there to be any drama or anything. I thought I was doing something that would be helpful. And now I have all these people thinking these things about me. And like, I just want it all to stop. That's all. Like, if people don't believe me, that's okay. Like, I just want it all to stop.
Okay. Stop right here. Those tears, that emotion, she wasn't being honest. This was not her story. She did not witness anything. We're talking about blood-curdling screams, being sound like a bear mauling somebody, okay? Will be. Claiming to see the surviving victim and Emma and Demetrius outside smoking a joint in the early morning hours. Leading people to believe that innocent people were involved in this crime. Tears, and it's not her story. Now, she claims it is somebody's story, and she just went out for them and used that story. Not inclined to believe so, unless there's receipts that can prove that, which should be very easily proven, and I'm open to them. You have my email. I can't take your word for anything, but either way, it is insane to use somebody else's story and go live with it and go panel to panel to panel and then cry as if you were traumatized. Oh yeah, look who's that pushing misinformation. Okay.
Because it's too much stuff to deal with.
Hey, hon, listen to me for a minute, if you will, please. Listen, I know you remember me from last night. Hold on a minute. Take a breath. Take a breath.
It's okay.
All right?
We're here.
Take a breath. Relax. I know this is a lot to take in, okay? Because it's a lot to
I
give
know
out.
people are putting my car and stuff on there, and I could be in danger. Like that stuff could put me in danger.
She is in danger. Danger for what she is sharing. That was a lie because it's not her story. Ask yourselves why, how somebody is willing to come out and cry like this, expressing genuine fear for a story that's not theirs, and fueling conspiracies behind a horrific quadruple murder that they know is going to end back up to the families. Why? And if my mods give me the go ahead, I'll open up the chat in a couple of minutes for like the second half of this, but only if the mods give me an okay, because they're the ones who are going to have to deal with it.
I get it. And I don't, you know how important this case is, how high profile this case is, and everything that's gone on with this, okay? And that is why a lot of people are saying that they need, or they want, I should say, for you to be able to prove the things you're saying for your protection, if you know what I'm saying. Okay. And I know that you're scared. I absolutely know you're scared. We had a conversation last night about it, okay?
Scared of what?
And I had given you certain advice. I don't know if you've done any of that yet, but, you know.
I just thought by saying what I said, I thought I might be able to help in some sort of way, and I was afraid of this was going to happen because I seen how it happened with all the other.
You thought you were going to help with lying? Sorry, but let's be legit here. Let's be real here. You thought you were going to help by lying and spreading misinformation in a case?
Stuff, and now I regret doing it because now I'm being analyzed and made fun of. And
oh, were you being analyzed? Were you planning on people to just take your word, leading everyone to believe the affidavit was a lie and there's this huge conspiracy going on? Is that why? All right, I'm going to open the floodgates. But if it gets too out of control, I'm just putting it back on, because we never usually open it up on Mondays. Mondays are set for members. But whenever I'm speaking on people, I want to give them the opportunity to come in, and they shouldn't have to pay to come in. But I'll open it up. But if it gets too chaotic, because we're not trying to have chaos tonight, I'm just going to turn it back onto members. So behave. All right, I opened the floodgates. Sorry, mods.
Being ridiculed, and I don't need any of that right now.
Oh,
I understand, and it's
you don't need any of that right now. But what about Kaylee's parents? What about Xana's parents? What about Ethan's parents? Maddie's parents? Do you think they need that right now at this point when they were going through what they were going through? As if that wasn't horrific enough. Do you think they needed this right now? Do you think when all they have is questions and not getting any answers and not knowing what happened to their child, do you think they needed somebody who, you know, it was getting back to them, spreading literal misinformation? For what purpose? What damage have you done to them? And this is what I tried to explain to Dot when she came up on my panel last time. She said she was ready to move forward. She didn't want to be associated with this. What about the damage that's already been done? You don't get to just, okay. Who said I was believing anything, Nick Bad to you? See, again, I'm so very getting frustrated these last couple of lives where people think because I will let somebody speak or I let somebody go ahead, reach out to me without just saying, I allow people to send me receipts. I will make up my own opinion based on what I see. Okay.
He wasn't talking to you. Sorry. He's talking
Yeah,
to your
but
chatter.
it's been consistent. No offense, Nick. Too bad for you, but you come in the last few lives doing this, and so I don't know who in my chat you're gonna, aim that at. But aim things towards me, not the chat.
it's rough. I get it, and I get why you're upset. I do. I really do. And you are doing the right thing in a sense, okay? You really are.
But that's my point, Nick. It's okay for people to say that I want to hear their thoughts. That's okay. Rabbit says she's sending me receipts. I'm going to, that's not a, let them be. If they want to hear it out, they could hear it out. It doesn't affect you, right?
Really just wanted to try to help. And now everybody's analyzing my life, and I didn't want that. I don't want any attention. I just wanted to, I thought maybe what I had to say could help other people to come forward, and that's why I did it. Maybe other people would have the courage to come forward and talk about things. But now I regret it because all these people are calling me a liar and stuff, and I don't care if people believe me or not.
But you did lie. You didn't want to get the attention. You don't care if people, like, you were lying. You did lie.
But it's just like, it's just not, can you imagine having to go through this and then having all these people just doubt you?
No, I understand. I couldn't have.
All these people just doubt you. when you were lying, do you blame us? Do you blame us? Do you, like, you're sitting here shocked that people doubt you. I was doubting you. I was calling you out from the beginning. And guess what? You were lying. We all need to be aware of this moving forward when unfortunately, when the next case happens and the one after that and the one after that, that people are willing to go to this extent. I don't know why, but they are. So never, because there are a lot of people who are pretty gullible. And they'll hear this and they'll feel really bad. And they'll be like, she's not lying. Because they're good people and they genuinely could not fathom that somebody could lie about this. But they do. That's why, as creators, we need to be very careful who we host. We need to make sure to verify people. We need to make sure to have receipts to back it up. And then as viewers and subscribers, we need to be aware that not all creators do that. Some creators intentionally do this type of stuff because you get a shit ton of views and clicks and likes. And then all of a sudden it goes around the community like, oh my God, did you see that person who went on Thou Shalt Not Kills last night? And they were speaking da 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 da. And people go, that they're getting something out of that.
Imagine it's a lot. It is a lot. Listen, take a breath. Just take a breath.
Yeah, if you need a minute, please take a
Calm
minute.
yourself down. Take a breath. Okay. It's okay. There's nobody in here that's going to attack you. That's going to make fun of you. None of that.
Well, that's the thing. Some people claim that some knew exactly who she was the entire time. Rabbit came up, said, that Rory and everyone's darkly involved. I will say that I am in the process of collecting a lot of receipts behind the scenes, and I am doing my due diligence, and I am trying to verify a lot of information. But until I collect all of the receipts and I'm able to go through it myself, I'm not going to start talking about the receipt. Like, I want to collect them all, go through them, and then when I figure it out, I will bring it to you guys. But I have to let time to actually figure it out,
None of it.
It's not going to happen
here. Don't take this personally, okay? This is not you. It's those what you see and what you relate to us, those facts that are your facts is what we're talking about. It's not about you, Dot, and I'm sorry if you feel
lovely
that
to have
way.
you here,
But I knew them. I knew them, and those were people I really knew. I really knew them. Some of them were my friends.
You guys, I really knew them. Some of them were my friends. The victims. Well, and that is surprising, right? Nick's too bad for you. Like, you're surprised that people pushed back and asked for receipts? But listen to the cry. And I'm not trying to be insensitive, but listen to her say, these tears are because I knew the victims. I was friends with some of the victims. She was on my panel. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't.
And it's been so hard to deal with it. It's everywhere. It's everywhere you go. And it's hard enough to deal with it than to have to be put down for just saying what I see and heard.
Yeah. So are you talking about people that you trusted with this, or are you talking about the victims in this? I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I gotta go for a second. I gotta
Take your
calm
time.
myself down.
Oh, were you talking about the victims? Dot. Were you talking about the victims? You knew the victims? I gotta go for a sec. Yeah, I guarantee that question probably won't be brought back up when you come back. But let's fast forward because Dot does come back. Okay, so Dot comes back. She probably talks to whoever else is involved. And so let's jump forward. Okay.
Take place.
Have that can go. I know. Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm better. I'm better now. I've collected myself, so I'm better.
All right. So I will ask you a question. Do you want to talk to only me, or is it okay if we have this panel?
It did.
Yeah, I don't mind the panel. I want to apologize for being so
You owe nobody
worked up.
apologies. You owe no apologies. You're fine.
My emotions get.
But she does. You trolled the true crime community. You manipulated, emotionally abused us. But in the grand scale of things, we don't matter. What you did to the victims' families matter. Brian's right to a fair trial matters. So you do owe an apology, actually.
Get the best of me, and then it's like the situation has been hard, but yeah, I'm willing to speak, and yeah, I'm willing to answer questions, and I'm willing to speak to the best of my ability, what the best of what I can give.
Absolutely. Okay, so I really don't want to play any more of the recording because I'd rather hear it from you. So,
and here's the thing: after everything that was just said, do you even remotely trust that recording now?
No, I don't.
Okay, then there you go.
So I'm not going to play it anymore.
Let her speak for herself, and that's my opinion.
Absolutely. So I guess just tell us your story. I mean, like, okay, so first thing I'm going to ask you is, did you have a conversation with both Brat and WSU Kim?
Yeah, I did. I reached out to Brat.
So Dot has direct connections to Kim. Okay. Also, don't forget when Dot admitted to not just being one person versus multiples, apparently. They didn't deny it. All they said was, but you are too. And I just opened up a couple of screenshots I got in my email from Dot. So I'm trying to read them while I play this because I want to be fair. And so I'm going to look at these receipts.
I think it was maybe approximately maybe about 3 weeks ago, even more than.
I'm believing Dot, you're saying, Body? I don't believe Dot. I'm going by, if we're going by what Dot has admitted to, this is what Dot has admitted to, but she's a liar, right? So maybe she's telling the complete opposite of truth even now, right? I don't know. So let me correct what I'm saying. Going by what Dot is saying now, this is what she's saying. But that could be a total lie too.
That Brat was live. She was just talking about things related to the case, and I had followed her on an account that I had, and I always was interested in what she had to say because she reminded me of a couple of friends that I had and just kind of like her theories and stuff. But I went into her live, and I commented a couple of things because people were speculating about all kinds of stuff, and it was frustrating. So I feel like I was trying to, comment and maybe like, oh, do the heroic thing. I can comment and like, really say what's going on. And that was
Do the heroic thing and comment and say the truth of what's really going on. But it wasn't. Okay.
was kind of like where it started, being frustrated. But Brat reached out to me like in direct messages and said, hey, if you want to talk, or you want to call me and you have you want to share anything you have to say, you can. When I called her that night, she was very kind to me, very opening, like loving, just really an authentic person. And she listened to everything that I said. And after that, her and I developed a rapport together. We touched base with each other just here and there, even if it was like, hey, how are you? Or I would call her blocked. I always called her blocked, and would share with her things that were going on in my day or things we would talk about. And that's how all that transpired. But I'm not sure why there are a lot of people, or it seems like there's a lot of people that are discredit her, because she was very kind to me and very caring, and like she was literally there at like a very vulnerable point that I had in my life,
But currently Dot is saying the opposite now that it's come out that she's not who she says she is. She's saying the complete opposite. Mm-hmm.
So are the days of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
So
I understand.
she was never pressed me, never was like somebody who was pressing me of anything. She was just like very welcoming, and I really appreciated that. And I developed a communication with her, and she's always been very nice to me. And she has expressed a little bit about the things that she thinks about the case, but it just seems like she's just wanted to figure things out and get justice. That's from what I've seen. I don't see what other people see,
Okay. So I do have to ask you a question. So Brat claims that you know who did it.
Okay. Hold on. I apologize. I just have to pause this to look at the receipt.
What are we doing?
What?
What receipt?
Dot emailed a couple of screenshots, and I'm just trying to figure out.
I would probably recommend comparing them to the other stuff you have first.
Yeah.
To make
I
sure it's not
I
manufactured.
had to pause it because I was getting distracted and I couldn't read it while listening, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I can talk to chat for a little bit.
Okay, go ahead for a second.
Good to see you too, Micah. Hello, everybody. Thank y'all for hanging in here with us. I think there was I think maybe Dot did a super chat earlier, Nunya. I don't know if they're coming in or not. But yeah, we're just going to go over some of the misinformation that's come out through the cases, and we ain't going to stop. But it's nice to see that, like, they're finally getting some receipts to get to the truth of it. Trollop. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying, my friend. Thank you, Shelly Bean, for gifted memberships.
Oh, thank you, Shelly. Thank you so much, and congratulations for our member recipients who just got one from Shelly Bean. Please make sure you thank Shelly in the chat if you received one. Thank you so much. Look at you, Nick. Now you're green.
Ooh.
Did Henry just get a membership?
No way.
Henry, you opted in and stole from my everyday people. Okay.
I don't even see Henry on there.
It's true. It's the law. Now I can't yell at you. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to yell at you. It's just the last few lives have just been very, there's a lot, man.
Yeah. Henry didn't get a membership.
Oh, okay. Okay. And again, like I said, guys, we're trying to do our due diligence, and I'm trying to collect receipts, with everything. And once I figure it out, I will, and guess what? And if there's receipts that completely go against what I originally thought, then I'm still going to show it to you guys. Cause again, it's not about being right. It's about the truth. But I don't have really context for these, so I don't really know what I'm looking at. So I'm going to have to email them back and ask, because I'm not really sure what they're showing, but, okay. So we'll just continue on.
And that they planned it for months.
Okay.
Good question. So Brat claims that you know who did it and that they planned it for months and that you were around. It's just what I have in the recording. So would you be able to elaborate on that, please?
You said you have me on recording saying that.
No, not you. This is the first time we've ever talked, right?
Okay. I'm sorry. Can you please repeat that?
Okay. So I have a recorded conversation between me and Brad, and about you.
Okay.
And so what she's saying is that you told her that you know who did it and that they planned it for months and that you were, I don't want to say involved, but at the scene. So
Right.
can you elaborate on that? If that's
I can't. I won't. I don't want to speak on that right now.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna.
So allegedly, Dot then further claimed to people she knows who did it. And not only does she know who did it, she was there at the scene. Kimbleweed, Jumbleweed, Daddleweed.
And
yes.
See, the whole Dot story came out right after the Linda Lane footage too.
Mm-hmm.
Just for context, so this is like end of July 2023.
Why do their stories always evolve into having direct involvement? I'm noticing that's consistent, right?
That's what I'm seeing too, yeah. I never believed Dot's story. Personally, I thought it was very salacious.
Mm-hmm.
But, I always kind of go back to Occam's razor, and this just is way beyond reason for me.
Yes. And anybody who doesn't know what Occam's razor is, it's the most simplest explanation is usually the right one. It's not always the case, but most of the time, the most simplest explanation is usually the right one. But why do all of these people listen? The truth doesn't change. The truth always remains the same. It remains the same from the beginning. It remains the same. It's the constant. Everything else is the variables. They can change. We can change our theories, but the truth is a constant, and it should always stay consistent. And what I'm trying to understand is all of these people, their stories change over time, and it ultimately ends up with them having direct involvement. Yet if that were true, it would be that from the beginning of the story.
Yeah, and it's usually the most simplest, reasoning. It's not so far-fetched.
Mm-hmm. Right, crime, crochet, coffee, right. She keeps on. Tisha style, yes. Heather, I kind of let go of the why to an extent because I'm just trying to take it as part one is, all right, proving what's lies. And now I'm trying to understand who they are, what the truth is, and try to figure like how it happened. And then I don't know if we're ever going to get why, though. I don't ever know if we're going to get the why, because there's nothing in my mind that can even somewhat understand. But I think it's probably different reasons for each, I think there's probably different reasons for each individual who was involved. But I just kind of want to know, was it planned? Were these people, do they have any connections? Do they have no? And I'm hoping to get to the bottom of this. And again, I'm doing my due diligence, but which creators knew and still decided to put them on their platform and push it to their audience? I think every person who willingly knew and pushed misinformation should be held accountable. Tell it to Al says, I think some do have involvement and some people are sure. And one of the audio videos Kara Willis did, the dude said Rory's name and you're going to go viral to Rory. Yeah. See, like I can see at least with with certain creators, okay, why would they do it? Well, it's kind of pretty much straightforward, right? Views, clout, money, attention, going viral. But it's the people who actually are, like it's the Kim with which Kim, listen, I'm not totally against that. There might be a small nugget of truth that started as the base. I'm not entirely sure that's not what then evolved into this whole bigger conspiracy. But well, with that, there isn't, as far as we know, there isn't. Justin, unless Uncle Dave, with the orthodontist somehow is intertwined, I don't know. But are these people intertwined with one another? Is there something bigger? Was this planned, or did it just happen naturally? Like I want to know these answers.
I'm gonna refrain from speaking on that.
That's fine.
To protect myself and her, because
okay,
like I acknowledge the stuff that she has done to help me, and I think it's only fair to do that.
Okay, Doc, can I ask you a question, please?
Sure.
So if you want to keep yourself safe and Brat, because you told her this, she has now shared that with Roy. Right. Number one. Number two, she's aired it on a live, 900 people watching live, and I have it. Yep. So what are you protecting her from? Are you like afraid of Brat? Because I'm just confused on why everybody wants to protect the person that is causing such an issue and accusing family members and unknown people and saying things that people are saying that are not true.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
that's
like,
a great question.
So what I can say is that I am like, Brad is her own person and she makes her own decisions. She has never done anything to me or said anything to
This panel, Nick, August 1st, 2023.
To me that has been something that was hurtful, and she's been forthcoming with me, and I don't have any experiences with her to be able to speak anything bad about her.
Can I ask a follow-up question? Can I ask a follow-up question? Because I'm confused.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, here's my question. Somebody said openly and publicly that you knew this crime was planned and who was involved. Okay? And all we're asking you is that person representing you falsely or honestly? You don't.
So you knew this crime. This is what was out there. You knew this crime was planned. I just keep always thinking back to these victims' parents, and this is what they had to hear. It was all being told to them. You don't think people were watching everything and trying to keep these families in the loop anytime something would pop up? It did. And let me tell you something. Brian has a great defense team. He does. Do you guys think that they're not aware of everything going on online? They are. I said this the last live. In the Watts case, when the discovery was released, there was part documents where they were actively monitoring these online groups, the Facebook groups, everything. They were actively watching what social media was saying and doing. You don't think they are fully aware of this case? I think it may have been crazier than the Watts, honestly. You don't think this case, they were following what was going on, what was leaking, what people were saying? If there was any validity in what these people were saying, do you not think the defense would be all on it? Yet Kim admitted reluctantly that her daughter mostly because she was directly involved, never signed a sworn statement. Ian and Harsh was called as a witness for a secret grand jury, but not somebody who knew about the murders prior to 911 being called, and her house was used as an alibi? A fake alibi? Come on, guys.
You don't have to disparage the person. Is that true or false?
Right. I think
It's
that
obviously true. She doesn't want to talk about
I'm
it.
not sure all of what that person. I'm not sure all of what that person said, but what I can say is I did confide in her in things, and if she did say things, whether she meant to or not, I did confide in her in things, but I'm not gonna just get on here and say those things. That would literally jeopardize like everything regarding me. I'm already in a very bad position in regards to people trying to figure out who I am or these things. So she probably.
You're in a very bad position with people trying to figure out who you are. Now, yeah, to be fair, that could possibly be a concern even if she was telling the truth. But did you not think that people were going to figure that out? Or are you just mad that people are actually digging in and trying to verify what you're saying? Because that should have been expected.
Did get information from me, and I know that I did give her information, but whether or not she accidentally said it or did it, I don't blame her for it. And you know, it is what it is to me. You know, like I look at her as somebody that is a very kind individual, and she got caught up in a lot of things, and I don't blame her for like all the things that are going on. I don't judge her. I think she's a nice person, and I think she really means well, genuinely. But that's really what I think of it. So I don't blame her, and I would never criticize her if she did do that.
Can I ask you a question? So when this was said, it was not by accident. This was her disclosing something that you told her in confidence. So how are you okay with that when it wasn't an accident, I guess is what I would like to know.
Right. I think the thing is like, I know that she was under a lot of pressure, and I know that, like, I know for a fact that people are human and make mistakes. And I'm somebody in my life that has made a lot of mistakes. And I've had a lot of people judge me for the mistakes that I've made in my past. And
as you're making probably one of the biggest mistakes in real time as you're saying that. Yes. And that's the thing. So, like, the idea that people knew prior to 911 being called, well, we know friends were summoned to the house prior. So is it so crazy that to, like, yeah, they had to contact them, you know, and then game of telephone plays, and so maybe contacting them and then them contacting others, and then so by the time law enforcement showed up, and that, like, there are people who knew something was up, maybe not to that extent. That makes sense. It's just please do not forget the Kim email. She said Kaylee's heart was stolen and wasn't at the scene. Maddie was decapitated. Xana was pregnant. Xana's hand was missing. Her fingers were cut off. Ethan was beaten to death with a wrench. We're not talking about even little lies here. The extent of these lies and just look at how it ravaged through the community, got all the way back to the families. So when it comes out that that was a lie all the way in the future, all the way when trial's done, when it comes out that that was a lie, what, everyone's just going to go, oh, okay, you know, oh, it wasn't true. What about the damage and destruction it did along the way? Because at the end of the day, we could all be online and we theorize and we but then we shut the laptop down and we go about our lives. But the people that you accused of doing this, the innocent people, the families, that destruction and impact is always there. That never went away. So many innocent people were accused of being the murderers. To this day, innocent people are accused of being the murderers. We don't know what happened. We need to hold our reservements and judgments for trial. Wait till the evidence fully comes out. But why these people are all willing to come forward and spread these narratives, I don't know.
and I've never claimed to have a wonderful past or anything. People do make mistakes, and she might have made a mistake, but I value her as a person and all she has done for me more than maybe what that mistake is. She really is a genuine person that was very caring to me and very helpful to me and didn't want anything in return. And
well, now Dot's entire narrative is the opposite of that, okay? Now Dot says this was a whole setup. And what do you believe? We're dealing now with a known liar. And so even what she's claiming now, how are we supposed to believe? You have no credibility. That's why it's just send receipts. She admitted, KK. She admitted, she came on my panel and she did a cam, it was a cam slip. She's not the person she claimed she was. And she was up on my panel and admitted this wasn't her story. That's why when people said, They still believe Dot. And it's like, I don't know how she's admitted this isn't her story. But she said it wasn't illegal because somebody asked her to. Okay.
I have to acknowledge that and give her, that where, give her the recognition that she deserves in that regard,
Okay, Dot. So may I say something here? I'm going to say that unfortunately this person has put their foot in their mouth claiming to work for the Gonzaleses when it's been proven up and down that she has no association with them. So I'm going to ask you, how much do you really trust this person? Because they have proven to not be trustworthy. So
yeah, I don't know. She's never really talked about me in regards to talked with me specifically about anything of working with people. She might have said something in passing, but the majority of our conversations has been her asking how I'm doing, being concerned, and being nice to me and kind to me and listening to me through the things that I've been going through emotionally. And that's all that matters to me. No, I don't know her personally. I don't know all the specifics of what, goes on in her life or what she does. But I don't, from the little that I do know, I don't judge her. And I think that she's a kind person. I don't need to pry and ask her, all these questions about.
Okay. So KK said, when I watched Kim, she's referring to, on the Drunk Turkey show the other night, she said what she has said is true, but there's someone also pretending to be her. So she owned that email. She owned that email. She doubled down. Do you guys need me to read you the email again? Put a 1 in the chat if you're not familiar with the email. I've read it a couple of times. She still stands by that email. You guys. And in the message leak, the alleged message leak between Steve and Brat, Steve was very well aware and heard about this. Okay? Okay, Mizzy Brazzy, thank you for being here. Okay, hold on 1 second. This is the email that WSU mom Kim sent to T-Rev. Again, nothing within this email is being shown as the truth. Please don't take anything from this email and run with it. Good night, Frigates and Shiggles. This was written by Kim. She owned it. She admitted it. And she still stands by it. Okay? And she emailed T-Rev. Hi, I consider myself an intelligent person with good instinct. I believe I can trust you not to share the following. I cannot and will not provide receipts. They are not mine to share. They are the family's. I have shared them with the Drunk Turkey show, and they have fully vetted me before I was made dark on social media. I'm the WSU mom, Kim, the one that was on the Drunk Turkeys. I've actually reached out to you first, but your line was busy, and I think I connected at one point, but I'm not a tech person. When I discovered that other parents with relevant information were struggling to confirm info that had been received by law enforcement or were waiting for callbacks, I started calling the schools, the governors, the FBI in Virginia. And when the president's secretary at U of I told me to call everywhere, everyone, every day, I did. She also told me about YouTube and sleuthing, so I did that too. Olivia, with Steve's blessing, did that piece. I find out anything and I tell Olivia, and she decides if she tells Steve. I promised him through Olivia Until it's solved, I will do it every day. I won't let this go cold. It could have been my daughter. I'm trusting you never to share, and it has her number redacted though. I am happy to scream everything I know because Jack D and Adam's alibi used my daughter's home and lied. My daughter has eyes on her 24/7. She's a senior. She is graduating with Jasmine, Xana's sister, a young girl who are living in their home every day, and in high school was one of Kaylee's best friends. I am not the family, I am not the family, nor do I know them. I'm a parent at a sister school who is terrified and heartbroken, and 6 more kids are dead since the 4. I believe you have a social responsibility to the community by way of your platform to consider that law enforcement, the landlord, the Jacks, the college, attorney general are all involved. Your platform is yours alone. Your panel I find to be less than effective and only wanting to be correct. Spinning the wheel is boring and people will lose interest. This case will go cold. I find myself in a place that is terrifying. My other 2 have transferred. My daughter will be out of there next week. My conscience and heart will not allow me to set this aside. Please, I beg to ask your viewers not to talk of the extent of the injuries. I did not sleep for 2 months. In fact, I went to my doctor. It was so awful. It's better now. But I know that Kaylee's mom and Maddie's family does not know. My daughter is friends with Xana's sister. They walk together next week. Xana was pregnant, which will come out, I hope, because 5 people died, not 4. I know Xana's sister listens. I know Kaylee's sister does, and Ethan's half-siblings listen too. Sigma Chi and Phi are involved. My daughter received the call at 10 a.m. that morning. When I said I did it to protect her and to warn people to be careful, I am not looking for notoriety. I have a full life. I am blessed with 7 amazing children. I can't wait to never look at true crime again, although I now feel we ignore and look away when we can help. I have refused to be gagged. You were never under the gag order. Okay. They can F off. They are dirty and deep. I'm going to yell from every mountain till they are all in prison. So you are aware, the information I provided to the FBI is in evidence with my name attached, and some family members have reached out. Kaylee's mom did not see Kaylee, only her dad. She was unrecognizable and her heart was stolen. Jasmine does not know that Xana's hand was cut off and her fingers, on the other hand, were stolen, which is why the media kept asking about bagging the hands, and law enforcement said that Maddie was beheaded but for a vein, and Ethan was knocked out with a wrench and woke up, which is why he was killed. Originally, the guy shaking them down saw that they knocked him out, and then the killers were different guys, and he woke up. So they tortured him and let him die. What person needs to know that? Well, Kim, you're putting it out there. But it's your platform. You called me a whatever, so here's your whatever. Drunk Turkey has your receipts, and I will take your call privately. And Detective John, I actually thought Daniel from Drunk Turkey was John, and that's why I contacted them after you. He and another channel and Olivia have been protective. I trust them. I text them when I learn something, and they make it their own. I am not a troll and do not want to be known. I want justice and safety. I'm furious with you, but I respect you. Kim. So again, nothing within that email is legitimate, cannot be verified. That is Kim's email, so please don't listen to that and think it's legitimate. There is no way to verify that. And even in the leak, the alleged leak between Brat and Steve, Brat knows about this. He even refers to, oh, you're talking about the beheading and stuff like that. Like, it got to the family.
It's sick.
KK,
I don't think it
think
ever
you have
gets
it
easier
twisted
hearing it.
with Dot. But sorry, go ahead, Shay.
I don't think it ever gets easier hearing that at all.
No, it doesn't. And it's the fact that she still stands by it.
Oh.
It's... I think you're... Dot admitted to lying, KK. Dot, I think you're intertwining the K things. And that phone record, that one screenshot of the like 19-second phone call to the FBI, listen, I don't rely on other people telling me I verified. I didn't verify. I didn't verify. Okay. And are we inclined to believe that this is legitimate? Is that what we're saying here? You can't pick and choose. Well, I believe this piece of the story, but not that piece. No. You got to take it in totality. Are we to believe this email is legitimate? Then please don't be defending Kim. I saw the screenshots, and I don't know if you were here, Dot, when I was saying it, but I saw the screenshots, and I said I would reach back out after the live because they're a little out of context. Like, I don't have context with them, so I'm going to need to ask you to explain them. No, she showed, I saw what was publicly put out, right? And it was a screenshot of a call to the FBI. But first of all, stuff like that. Kim admitted on my panel, KK, that she never saw a single message. Okay? All that time she was running around, all that time she was claiming with certainty. Are you speaking for Daniel, though, KK? You know, are you speaking for Daniel? And what do you mean by verified her? Kim is a person. She's a person. Her story cannot be verified. And just because there may have been a screenshot where there's a 19-second call to the FBI does not verify her story. So are we able to verify this? Are we to believe Kim over the victims' families who are aware of what her injuries are? Is that what we're saying here? According to Kim. KK, can I just ask, do you believe this email? Can I ask that respectfully? And I agree. I said that, KK. I said I believe that there's a small truth, most likely, like kids on campus may have heard whispers of something happening at the King Roadhouse prior to 911 being called. And that Bethany and Dylan most likely were communicating and awake. But you don't know her daughter told her that. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't verify that. We've never heard from her daughter. Maybe she did. I don't know. But if we're agreeing that no, I don't believe the email. Well, if we're saying no, we don't believe those horrific, heinous things that she put out about the victims, why are we but she's probably telling the truth about this part. What? You can't. No, why would she lie about that? Like, I know, right? Like if you say one little truth among 20 lies, you can't close your eyes to the 19 lies. And I already predicted this was going to happen. I said, come trial, if it comes out that, yeah, you know what, in a Snapchat, these kids, you know, like 30 minutes, an hour before 911 was called, when friends were summoned, so it makes sense, there was notifications of, yo, something's going on at the King Road house, something. Not to the extent she's making them aware. She's claiming that kids were aware who died, how they died, shit like that. I don't believe that. But that does not mean she was just telling the truth about everything. Okay, but let's be logical here, KK. Let's be logical here. She does claim she has an ISP officer directly funneling information to her. Why would an ISP officer not only risk his job and career, but risk being held accountable in the court of law for releasing this information? Yeah, there was a lot of people there. They were there before law enforcement even showed up. They were all outside the house. That still does not prove anything. You know what I mean? Eric. Why would she put this in an email? Why is she telling creators privately this information, which is then used for them to go live and push it? How does this help the victims? How does this help the victims' families? How does this help, if you believe this and Brian is innocent, how does this help Brian get a fair trial? For real, what does this help?
But we've seen pictures of the student sitting out in front of the house, but like on the curbside under blankets. It wasn't a lot of people there.
It wasn't a lot of people there, you said?
No, it was like a handful of students there.
Well, they would consider, you know, that people who are pushing that narrative would be like, yeah, it's like 5-6 people. Yeah, no. So it's.
Well, okay. Would it be too hard to believe that, say, you have the surviving roommates too? Say, what if they called Hunter over? What if they called Ethan's brother over? And like his sister? What if they walked over there because they were told by Hunter, Ethan's best friend, something's wrong, I can't get in there? Or
No. This isn't my email, Kate. Okay, KK, respectfully, please make sure you know what you're talking about if you're going to come in here saying that type of stuff. This isn't my email. This isn't my email, honey. But she said this to multiple people, okay? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm good.
I'm sorry. Well, as soon as
this
I see
is
something,
this
I
is
gotta
an
read
email
that.
to T-Rev, and he's already shared this before. It's been out for a long time.
A very long time. And then it was only after she was going to panel. Do you think it's right? You see, I respect that you're saying, like, let's wait for trial to come out. Yes, absolutely. I agree. But Kim went on a panel and she literally named 5 students' first and last names and said that they were involved in the murder. What about them? All it would have taken, she was sharing it to, this is the thing, KK. She was sharing it to multiple people. So it's not like she shared it with one person and then this email came out. No. She was everywhere. January 14th, Drunk Turkey Show. January 20th, Chronicles of Olivia. April 29th, The Opinionated Idiot. May 1st, T-Rev. May 4th, a different Michelle channel. May 9th, True Crime Cafe with Dago. May 9th, Drunk Turkey Show. July 13th, Thou Shalt Not Kill. And that's not even including all the open panels that she just jumped up on. Every one of those panels, she said, listen, there's things I actually can't say, but reach out to me privately and I will tell you. She was sharing these people. Then that's law enforcement. Okay. What if those innocent people are actually guilty and not being looked at? What the fuck is a mom on a YouTube panel going to do to get that started?
Did you see the first messages she had in her in Facebook? She had
Yeah,
no idea who these people were.
Yep. And if it were true, but you can't sit there and accuse innocent people and then say maybe they are. Maybe anybody is. What if it was your child being freaking accused? Maybe they aren't. And then what about the dad? All it would have taken was one of these family members. One, please don't mention that name here. One of these family members, when they're in an emotional, vulnerable, not a right state of mind, as you could imagine after something so horrific, would have taken her word for it and made an impulsive decision to take vengeance and revenge into their own hands. And they believed Kim. And they went and murdered the people she said. And then it comes out, oh, they weren't. Do you know how dangerous of a game this is? It's okay, open mind. Do you know how dangerous of a game that is? You can't sit there and say, well, maybe they are. Maybe anybody is. We can't say for certain nobody is. But who are you? You have no receipts. Do you really think, though, for real, do you really think that and I know that there's corruption. Don't be mistaken. I know that it occurs, but not often like that, to that extent. But how do you know they won't look at anyone else? Are you part of the investigation? I get very frustrated when people act like they are privy to what's happening behind the scenes. You have no idea how solid their case is. You have no idea if every single one of these kids' alibis completely came through. How can you say that? If someone, she should be going to law enforcement. And guess what? Ann Taylor, you don't think Ann Taylor is drooling for exculpatory evidence? You think that Ann Taylor isn't aware of these narratives being pushed? You think if there was even a drop of validity into what Kim's saying, that Ann Taylor wouldn't have been on it, that her daughter wouldn't have been forced to have a sign a sworn statement and she wouldn't have been called into that grand jury? Come on. She did go where? She admitted on my panel. She admitted, because nobody else gave her pushback. Every other fucking platform hosted Kim and didn't even bother to push and ask some questions. Well, I did. And she admitted her daughter never even spoke to law enforcement, did not sign a sworn statement. Okay? And no, they did not go and testify. Nothing.
Yeah, we got the timestamp of that.
Well, and see, you can't, no, you don't get to pick and choose. If Kim is screaming from the rooftops, according to your logic here, nobody will listen. Yet now you're saying, well, Anne tried, but nobody will talk. What do you mean Kim's talking? Kim's talking. And they don't have to, at that point, if you're admitting to things like that, you will be subpoenaed. But what about the victims' families, KK? Do you think the victims' families are going to lie about their injuries? Do you think if Kaylee's heart was stolen? No, you can't be scared and then say, oh, but I want to go to YouTube panel to YouTube panel to YouTube panel, but oh, law enforcement, I'm scared. What? She is, her entire narrative is she is urging other students to come forward. She is going to lead the range, she says. Come to me, I'll protect you underneath my wings. I got you. But I'm scared. Law enforcement, hold the people accountable. Oh no, I'm just here to talk shit on YouTube. What? The pieces of missing info people gave like this spins opportunities of all kinds of crazy happens in many cases like this. And I said on Mass, I was like, just like the Watts case, it freak out. But I swear I think this is worse than the Watts case. It really freaking is. It makes no sense. You can't listen. And when I say this, I don't say that there's not, like, again, a little nugget of truth in there, but you can't pick and choose when it's the truth and when it's not. She said, KK, she said, I don't go by she said. If this was true, if her daughter's home was used as a fake alibi for Jack D and Adam, do you not you think Einan Harsh was at that grand jury, but Kim's daughter wouldn't be? Kim's daughter knew prior to 911, yet she isn't important enough, but Einan Harsh is?
And her house became an alibi?
Yeah, a fake alibi.
Do we have to play her admitting this again?
Do we have the timestamp ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, we have to play it again.
All right.
Here is Kim on my panel admitting she's never seen a damn, let me also remind you, she's never seen a damn Snapchat for herself. She's never seen a message prior to 911 being called. Never, nada, zilch, except she went panel to panel and allowed people to think that she did. She didn't say allegedly. She didn't say I believe. She didn't say I heard. She spoke it as fact. And she so easily named 5 people's first and last name, 5 students, legitimate people. And she's never seen a damn thing for herself.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let me grab. Okay. And sorry, I get angry with this, but I keep it chill, keep it chill. Okay. This was.
You need a timestamp?
Yes.
I think it's try 1 hour 47 mark. I'm correct.
I'm at 1 hour 45 minutes, so perfect. Okay, this is my panel. Okay, KK, let's even entertain that for a second. I'm afraid of the people who did it, not the law. Therefore, I'm going to sing like a prairie from the panel tops, right? I'm going to go panel to panel, and I am going to expose these people down to their name. But my golly, I'm not going to law enforcement who could actually help because I'm scared. Snitches get stitches. That's what Kim says, right? Yet apparently not Kim, because Kim goes panel to panel to panel to panel to panel, names the alleged killers. How scared are you that you could so easily do that, but you can't go to law enforcement? How much can you scream that this is about the victims and holding the people accountable, yet not go to law enforcement? Or is it Achman's razor? The more simpler explanation is usually the logical one. It is bullshit. Sorry. And then once you accept that, you have to accept, wow, people are willing to lie about something like this. Yes, I do. Yes, I do, KK. Yet, you just saw Dot was up on the panel and she lied. This is exactly what I'm trying to say. I don't know why people are stupid enough to do this. They do it, though. Did you not watch in front of your own eyes? I don't know if you were here for one of my last lives. They admit it. The person's in my chat right now. I don't know why they do it. Yes, they could be very much held accountable. And these poor victims' family, I hope they are. So she's coming forward to everyone besides law enforcement. And you believe that Ann Taylor definitely hasn't heard about this yet and is desperately looking for exculpatory evidence, but does not think she should go to Kim? Come on. And yeah, if she was genuinely that afraid, you think she was going to put her daughter's name, her number, all of her business out there? Get the hell out of here.
That is appalling. I don't even have words for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so they don't speak. They keep quiet all the time. They don't talk about hazing. She'll never tell me what happened on her initiation. Nobody will. They don't speak about it. I don't know if you guys were I was not in Greek. My school didn't have Greek. I don't think I would have been the personality to abide to that. But my son, she just wanted to continue her life, and I get that. And I'm not saying it's a great character trait. I'm not saying that it's not something that doesn't,
No, but I'm saying, like, what you said was, you know, earlier on, you're like, people need to wake up, like I was told, scream this from the rooftops, right? Get the attention, make people listen. But then now you're saying, your daughter will not speak about it. She won't even communicate to law enforcement. You have to do that for her. So, but if she was used as the alibi, and she was she a part of this Snapchat?
Did she? As I guess we'll find out. She has. So the law enforcement has no. They've stated they have no concerns with any of these kids. That they were completely oblivious to everything that had happened. They were really. What it's looking like is they were just used to fill in a narrative, so that kind of like more of an alibi, right? This is what happened. So they thought it was a party, so that then they could ask kids that, so they could.
So daughter used as a literal fake alibi. Her home for the night of the murders were used as a fake alibi for 2 people. And her daughter was in a Snapchat group that knew prior, which again, I'm not saying that there's not a chance that there was a Snapchat group that whispers of something was happening prior to 9/11. I am inclined to believe that there's a nugget of truth in there. But she's screaming, please come forward. That is what Kim's whole narrative was. Please come forward. I'm stepping forward so you guys can step forward. Yet my daughter definitely has not spoken to a single officer yet. And somehow this ISP officer is leaking direct information to me. And I'm going to YouTube. Such private privy information that includes missing hearts, decapitated heads, pregnancies to Kim, who is going on YouTube.
I don't know. I mean, I do have an idea, but that's just my own theory about, they don't want people in power have children at these schools, at that school anyway, and they don't want them showing up. I mean, they don't want them to have any ramifications.
So were you or your kids subpoenaed at all for
no,
pre-trial?
We were not. No, we were not. And they did, however, they did ask them to sign statements, all of them, and they all refused. And they allowed it, and I was shocked.
So, if this is so much about the truth, and this is so much about getting other people to speak out, other students to speak out, and if that really did happen, yet your own child refused to sign a statement. Now, what I'm more likely to believe, if there's any truth in Kim's story, because she is a real person and it seems to line up with having children who go there and stuff, that seems to line up. Maybe her daughter shared with her that, that we knew something was going on prior to law enforcement even getting there. Yeah, I believe that. And then Kim took that. And if you watch the evolution of how Kim's story changed, and we did 2 lives on it, it's right on my channel. She then turned it into bigger and bigger and bigger, and you are involved, and you were there, and you were there. Maybe it did start as a small little nugget, so small that police weren't even, all right, you know what, because they would have it elsewhere. But if it was as big as she says, it wouldn't be a choice not to sign and not to be subpoenaed. Go ahead, Shay.
I was to say, but before that, I mean, she was even in the Facebook groups talking, where she ever went on Drunk Turkey show, and she made no comments that even geared towards her knowing any of her daughter, knowing any of these students, having any affiliation, nothing.
Exactly.
So why all of a sudden is she now stating in January that there's all these connections and they keep growing and growing and growing? I think she inserted herself in this. I think she's a scared mom.
And I know, Bloody, I apologize. But what about them going back to where the daughter lives and cleaning up the bathroom? Do you believe that? Who? Actually, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that one. Which, are you saying Jack and Adam? Listen, these sororities,
I don't believe anything.
Like, no, I don't believe anything Kim says, okay? Other than, like I said, that possibility of a tiny little nugget rolling into something bigger. But Ann Taylor is looking for exculpatory evidence. If there was truth, they would have been called. It wouldn't be a choice.
They refused.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're not. Because Stitches. And I.
But didn't
they
already
why
say this
would they
is
not
what-
put their asses in jail? I called them and I said, keep them at school.
So
But
I'm familiar with Greek, and this house isn't one sorority house, and
It's
not
all
all
of
of them were active. Like, it's a little different when you're keeping your rush, your initiation close to the chest because of that kind of secrecy in the sisterhood or brotherhood. But this just is different to me. And my whole thing is like, Brian's not even part of the Greek system. So that's like even weirder for me. Like, that's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. Why wouldn't you want to talk then? Why wouldn't you want to sign a statement? You know,
Because
just to have it on record. Because like if you're saying like Moscow and like Idaho, you know,
and
there's
Pullman.
some
I'm not holding Pullman outside the loop.
Okay.
Pullman's not just as bad.
I hear you. Like, I understand that, like, there may be a few bad apples, but to say that you also have the Idaho State Police, you have the FBI, and it goes across multiple law enforcements, like that they wouldn't catch on to it. That's concerning to me, and that's what makes it really hard to see
I do think
past
the
what
FBI
we've
is
been
aware.
given.
I actually here's part of.
And don't forget, I told you guys last time, when Kim was up on my panel, one of the creators who always hosted Kim, because she always went unchallenged, was messaging, get down off her live. Get down off her live. Because it was the first fucking time Kim was getting questioned. She was getting pushback, and she was being exposed and backtracking everything she was pushing for months and months and months. Let me ask you, why would somebody want her to get down? Get down. You're getting raked through the coals. What? If this is about the truth, right? What are you so scared of? What are you so scared of? Oh, are you scared that it's going to get exposed for she doesn't actually know shit? And then if you continue to host her, you look like a money-grubbing, view-hungry asshole. That was the problem. Don't expose her. Don't question. Just overlook all of the inconsistencies, right? Because we want to continue to host her.
So the FBI with the quad task force, the drug task force that they have there from, I think they started 2016 because it's been such a problem. They a sorority girl from Wazoo was, I'm not sure what house she was in, but she was arrested and served a few months, and then I don't know. She did wind up getting her medical degree, but which is insane to me too. But anyway, so the drug task force is there. Do I think that this crime interrupted them solving a bigger? How is it bigger? It's not worth other crimes. I think that's why they were all there. There were 45 of them on the ground when this happened.
Wait, do you know
Washington
the timestamp
State.
where she admits she's never seen a single Snapchat message? Nothing.
You asked me that last time. Let me go grab
did.
it real quick.
All right, hold on. I think I
It's
I
more
know.
in the
Yeah,
beginning, I
officer
think.
in WSU.
No, in Idaho.
Okay, hold on. That you have been repeating.
Apartments. I'm seeing where I should go with it because there's not a lot of places you can go.
But you're getting this information from, again,
I got
say
it from
where?
that. Yeah, but there's not a lot of trust with the police departments. I do trust them. I don't think they're all corrupt, but I don't necessarily.
This information about decapitations, pregnancies, heart being missing. It's all from an ISP officer that apparently just thinks that Kim is the perfect person to leak this information and risk their entire career and possibly being held in court and charged. Why? Why? Who the fuck is Kim?
We trust them.
So all of this information that you have been repeating has all sourced from this one person. And what's their title again?
The T-Rev. He was the officer in that. Our contact officer. He's our contact officer.
So wait. Is this what you guys were trying to point out to me last time? Did she say Detective John, the guy from T-Rev, was her contact officer? I remember the last time when I was playing this, you guys were pointing that out, but I didn't know what you were pointing out. Is she saying Detective John is her? Oh no. Oh my God. And if you listen carefully, I think I hear a thigh slap of Kim's. Okay? I think I hear a thigh slap of Kim's in there because it almost seems like she just lets out a sigh and it's the T-Rev. It's the detective from T. We have to go back. Kim. Oh my God. Ew, I'm so sorry. Shay. So sorry.
So it's around the 118 mark.
Okay, perfect. But listen to this. Does Kim say that her contact officer was Detective John from T-Revs?
Yes.
What's their title again?
The T-Rev
has all sourced from this one person. And what's their title again? The
T-Rev. He was the officer in that. Our contact officer.
No. Is she saying T-Rev or is she saying the team rep?
T-Rep.
Maybe she's team rep.
T-Rep. Rewind it again.
So not T-Rev.
I don't know. It just sounds weird because you rewind it.
I don't know. I want to be fair here. It sounded the second time around that she said team rep. This one person, and what's their title again?
The T-Rev. He was the officer in that. Our contact officer. He's our contact officer.
So they're a contact officer in WSU?
No, in Idaho. Washington State didn't even have its own police department.
What did she say?
I don't know. It's kind of hard. Talks pretty quickly. I mean, it does kind of sound like T-Rev, then it sounds like T-Rep. So I don't know if she's talking about Detective John. It's kind of weird.
But I most definitely heard a thigh slap in there.
But she definitely wanted to talk to Detective John, remember?
Yes.
That was kind of her thing. That's why I think a lot of people were thinking that too.
All right. So I don't want to run with that because it sounded like rep on the second time around. So maybe she said rep.
Yeah.
But okay,
it's
hold on.
kinda
You said
weird.
the 118 mark?
Yeah, that's where she starts talking about. She goes like from text to.
Okay, so I'm not going to give you all the details of the information just because I don't know if if I can or if I should. And there's I just don't think I should give, but I will give it to you as best I can. There's parallel crimes to the murder. The murders were because of these two parallel crimes.
Okay.
And that is what what the information I have given them is I made sure the defense had it because I don't know if Koberger did it. I will shoot him if he did it. But he wasn't alone. And I believe that with everything in my being that he wasn't alone because so far these children haven't lied. These students who had those group texts early in the morning have not lied. They've come to be true.
Right.
So I believe that. I don't have any.
Okay. So listen to what she says first. I believe he wasn't alone because these texts, and please don't forget, it started as a call, then it moved to a text, then it's Snapchats because they disappear. But she's inclined to believe that it's legit because all of those messages came out to be true. Listen to that part. Now listen to this part.
Morning have not lied. They've come to be true.
Right.
So I believe that. I don't have any reason to believe the police
Have you seen any proof?
Yes.
You have seen evidence.
They have the Snapchats. They recovered
Have
them.
you seen them?
I have seen. I saw a text message.
Wait, was it Snapchat or was it text?
There were texts. They have the text. They have all of it. But Snapchat was the problem because they snap in groups, and so when you.
So again, is it Snapchat or is it text? I saw the text. Okay, but where the fuck were the original messages prior to 911 being called? Because first it was a call, then it's text, then it's Snapchat, now it's back to I saw the text. So the truth stays consistent. Have you seen those messages? I saw the texts. Okay.
I saw a text message.
Wait, was it Snapchat or was it text?
There were texts. They have the text. They have all of it. But Snapchat was the problem because they snap in groups, and so when you snap in groups, then you unless you memorialize it, I guess I don't understand, but unless you memorialize it, and they memorialized them, a lot of the Wazoo kids, because it was Parents' Weekend. So obviously they're putting that into their reels or whatever. So it was just by chance that it was, whereas it would just go away and it would be gone. So these were recoverable. And
so what specifically have you seen with your own eyes?
They were both that Bethany and Dylan were home. They were in the first floor in the bedroom downstairs together, locked in. They heard a lot of noise. There was
Damn, Kim must have been there at the murders. You saw this with your own eyes. You see, Kim was never given any pushback before. Kim was allowed to spew whatever she wanted, panel to panel, and the creators loved it because it got them views. Okay. And I told you, people were starving for answers. I get it. I'm starving for answers, but that doesn't mean you're just going to jump to misinformation that cannot be verified. But this is what Kim saw for her own eyes, apparently. But please do not forget, she is being messaged at this time when she's on my panel, get down. Get down.
Together, locked in. They heard a lot of noise. There was a loud party. There were people there, and they didn't want to hang out, and it was loud. And I said, and then what happened? And it's really kind of. So then I'm trying to be really verbatim with you because I know that matters to you. So I respect that, and I appreciate that about.
Okay, so first of all, verbatim, I'm not really sure that applies, but you're not answering my question that I had asked. What have you seen with your own eyes? This, if you're going for verbatim, I'm sorry, you failed.
about you, so I'm trying not to misspeak. But that they were there, that they were scared. And I said, when she said they were scared, I said, well, why were they scared? And she said, well, because there was creepy guys outside and inside.
Pretty much.
And I
Okay,
said,
but
so
wait,
there was
who said that? Who said that?
my daughter. That's what my daughter had heard.
I know, but wait, what did you specifically see as evidence, as proof? What have you seen?
A text message. I saw a text message from her.
From who?
So I'm not. I can suffice to say that the person is believable and that the defense has it, and they did call me about it.
I can suffice to say that the person is Who did you see a text from, Kim? I can suffice to say the person is believable. Anything but an answer. Everything
Kim
but
is
an answer.
world
It's
salad.
but a Kim. Everything but an answer. Okay?
It's Circle Back Kim and Kimbleweed. We need a Kimbleweed.
Okay.
It's been a while.
So I'm not. I can suffice to say that the person is believable and that the defense has it, and they did call me about it, and I have spoken with the investigator.
So
on both sides.
the defense calls Kimbleweed. The defense, then that should tell you guys everything you need to know. If KK, where you at? If you believe Kim, okay? You believe what Kim's saying. You can't pick and choose which parts you believe. If she's lying about one thing, you have to question everything. But she says the defense called her. And her child still wasn't subpoenaed. Or she did not even need to make a signed statement. Does that not tell you the answer that you're looking for? Do you think the defense got all the way to Kim? And they were like, nah, I know you suffice to say this is going to exonerate Brian, but nah, we'd rather go with the alibi of he was driving around aimlessly. No, there's no witnesses. No, we can't tell you where he was at the time of the murder. Yeah, that seems like the more logical alibi than holy shit, these whole people are lying. There's a huge conspiracy and we can prove it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The defense has it, and they did call me about it, and I have spoken with the investigator.
There you go.
On both
So
sides, and the
it's a
FBI.
text message from someone to your daughter?
It was a text message from, yes, it was from someone to my daughter, and yes, and I'm not going to go into
911 was
specifics.
called?
They were, actually, that would have been after 911 was called. That
Have you
was
seen anything?
Oh, wait. Do we already play? I don't know if we were playing this part. Remember, she said she called the FBI the day of the crime.
Yes.
Ugh.
Okay. So you saw a text. This is the whole thing we're arguing about. You saw the messages before 911 was called. Oh, actually, no, that was after. And see how she got lower? No, that was after. So the only thing you saw was after 911 was called. Yet for months, she was everywhere saying she has the messages. They have the messages. She's seen them before 911. When was called?
They were, actually, that would have been after 911 was called. Have you
seen anything with your own eyes from before 911 was called?
No.
How are you going around saying it with certainty? KK, did you hear that? No. It's as simple as that. So when I go back and I say she accused 5 people, first and last names, as being involved in these murders, and you respond with, well, maybe they were. This woman never saw anything with her own eyes. Nothing. And not one fucking person questioned her about this, which I do not understand. But no. The answer is no. One was called.
No.
How are you going around saying it with certainty?
How? Because why would they call me and say that they have the Snapchat records if they didn't?
That
If
does
what I said
not.
was-
So the defense and the FBI, again, Kim is the luckiest in the know motherfucker around here. The U of I president leaks information. The family's giving her information. The ISP officers leaking direct information. The students, her kids. And they decide, we're gonna, you know what? We got these Snapchats recovered. Ring, ring. Hello, Kim. Guess what? We got it. Why would you guys ever believe the FBI or the defense would call Kim up? Who is Kim in relation to this? They would call Kim up, the woman who has been going panel to panel to panel all over social media, blasting every goddamn thing she knows, and say, hey, we recovered the Snapchats.
Don't you think that they would probably confirm things for the victims' families first before they ever did any outsider?
And like, let me be clear. I'm sure all messages were recovered. All. And there had to be some communication because friends were summoned. I don't know. Maybe that was Snapchat. Maybe that was I don't know. Everything was recovered. But I do not believe that Kim had any direct communication with any higher up who was involved in this case that was leaking information out to her. Not credible ones, at least. Honestly, Kim, it doesn't matter why I may
From the
think
FBI?
someone may or not do something. I'm asking you, what evidence have you seen for you to be, no offense, but for you to be speaking as fact, and you haven't seen any proof with your own eyes?
Well, okay. I mean, and that's fair enough. That's a fair enough question to ask, and fair enough for you to ask me and to question me, which is fine. I'm fine with that, right? I understand what you're saying. I believe my daughter, because why would she lie to me? Because she wants to stay at school. I mean, it was a huge deal with us. It was a huge.
I think there's a chance her daughter may have shared. Yeah, a few of us heard something going on. You know, like we knew something was going on prior to 911. Maybe, yeah.
I don't know if I believe that because her daughter didn't go to school there.
Listen, I don't know if I believe it, but I know that I believe that there was some type of communications. I don't know if her daughter directly was involved in it. Maybe others were, and then she eventually heard about it, and she just relayed that to Kim, and then Kim took it and directly inserted herself into it.
But MJ, her whole first connection was that her daughter went to school where Xana's sister went.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how the sororities and fraternities work, though.
But what do you mean? They're separate. They're completely separate in the colleges.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't really mix and mingle. You're part of your own sorority. Like, I mean, I live in a area where we have multiple colleges, and those frats and sororities don't mix and mingle between universities. It just doesn't make sense to me.
No, and I agree with you 100%. But if there's any truth to it, that's the extent of the truth I believe is in there, if any. I'm more inclined to believe none.
I get,
you know?
and I get that, and I see what Drizzlestick is saying, and I understand that they could go back and forth between Pullman and Moscow. I'm just saying that for the actual sororities to mix and mingle between the two colleges sounds weird to me. Whenever the original connection she told us was through Jasmine, and as soon as Jasmine heard anything, she called her father, which was on his way home because he left Wazoo from parents' weekend. That's what they said on the last 48-hour special.
Well, as you guys could see, do you think that there's been people planted here to do this?
Like a
distraction to create chaos and mayhem? Do you not think that in the alleged text message leak between Brat and Steve?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember,
like an agitator.
Yeah, I don't remember verbatim what it was, but Steve refers to, he thinks it's the defense who's putting this out. Not specifically regarding Kim, let me be clear. He was speaking of something, but the point is that he even made mention of this is coming from the defense. Do you think that there's any chance that people are specifically here to create and cause a distraction and doubt?
Is it possible that it could be organized by the defense? Maybe. I don't know. I think the Kim stuff, I don't really have a firm opinion on it, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I just think in general, I don't trust what this person says because the story has forever changed. It's never remained the same. And I go back to the original Facebook message postings, can't get that right. And then everything we've seen that's happened since coming onto YouTube. I understand that there probably has not been a delineation in between her speculation and what she knows, but even with what she says she knows, we did ask her a lot of questions that I felt like kind of put her in a corner and she couldn't really answer us.
Mm-hmm.
We're still kind of left where we were. Can Snapchats be recovered? Absolutely.
Yes.
I do believe that, yes. But I'm more wondering if Kim got scared after the Brent Kopaka incident at WSU and she started spiraling a little bit into this and inserted herself and wanted to be a voice for the parents, but say the leaked messages are true between Brat and Steve. Steve completely refutes the things that Kim wrote in that email to T-Rev.
Yes, he did.
And autopsies are not released. I don't think Kim would know that information.
Nope. And for her to say right on the Drunk Turkey show a couple of days ago, I think there's something that is missing in the autopsies. How do you know that when the autopsies have not been made public? How are you already speculating that there's something that they're withholding when we're not privy to any of that information yet? I just want people to realize, like, we don't know all the information yet. We need to just wait till trial, but when trial comes and let's say all this information comes out and it's not true what all this stuff Kim said, is anybody going to even think back to all of this and the damage that was done? Because I think you really need to. And I think we could really do damage. And yes, we know that people have been planted before to push misinformation. That's why I asked you, Shai, because it has happened. Now, I think you did a really good job with the Facebook group and showing that Kim it appeared, at least from what we can gather, that Kim grew. And when I say grew, I mean coming about organically. I think it was more organic. So I'm more likely to believe that this was not the defense versus just people online. And people act a very, very different way online than they do in person. People are more confident online. They feel less of a risk by doing things because, like, you're shielded behind the safety of just your computer screen. And I think if it was organized with anyone, it was creators. And I think people took advantage of the fact that there was a demand for people wanted to hear stuff like this. They wanted some story to come out, and people saw, the creators saw how much they were getting when they hosted these people, and so they intentionally turned a blind eye and just hosted it, and it became much more about views and subs and money, versus the actual facts of the case and the truth. And so, but I'm not, and I think if anything was being put out from the defense, it was more about Ann Taylor through her motions was influencing the public. I think Ann Taylor was very smart with how she would word those motions and creating doubt. And she absolutely knows how crazy this case was. And she knows how much people were willing to be open to the idea of, and she fed off that. She did feed off that. You remember going through the motion, Shay. Like, she was wording it in a way, knowing how because she's bound by the gag order. If you remember, all of these cases, usually we will see the defense attorney advocating for their client, doing interviews, dropping little bombshells of, oh, well, we're about to do this. Like, Ann Taylor wasn't able to do that. She was bound. So she was talking to the public through her motions and creating that reasonable doubt with how she worded things. And she worded things very carefully. And when I say people ran with it, they did. They ran with we picked apart every little motion. And you could interpret what Anne said a couple of different ways. And that's why it was tricky.
Mm-hmm.
But, all right, guys. So I am in contact with multiple people right now, and I am gathering receipts. I'm not going to speak on it until I get more information and I could go through everything and I could kind of put together a timeline and kind of get an idea of where I think I'm going to land on this. But I will keep you guys posted, and after I go through the receipts and where I come out with them, I'll let you guys know. But just know that I am doing my due diligence, and we're trying to be open to anybody who's willing to send the receipts, because at the end of this, I just want to be able to have a good idea of who these people are, where they came from, what their purpose is, and who was involved. And so we're in the process of doing that now behind the scenes, and I will keep you posted. So, and then I didn't even get to do the Dave. So I'll have to do Dave the next live. And so thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to hop off though, because I have to be up in 3 hours, but thank you so much, Shay, for coming up for another one of these panels. And thank you everybody in the chat. Thank you for anybody who became members. Sorry that I only kept it on members for halfway, but I just wanted to open up for anybody who wanted the opportunity to come in. But thank you so much for all being here. And I guess we'll do Dave on the next one.
Thanks for having me. Good night.
Of course. Good night, everybody. And yes, shout out to my mods, by the way. Shout out to my amazing mods. You guys are awesome. I very much appreciate you guys being here and hanging it in. And yeah, so we'll do Dave. I think Dave and any other developments that I have regarding the receipts I'm getting. And we'll do that for the next one. So have an amazing night, guys.